listening to a preview from Pure Energy Music.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello, hello. Thank you. Welcome once again to the beautiful Monaco Yacht Club for day 2 of the Ocean Innovators platform. This event, again, one of many taking place during Monaco Ocean Week. It is, however, particularly unique in the fact that it's entirely dedicated to innovation and cutting-edge technology, all in the hope of conserving the world's marine resources and its oceans. My name is Jeannie Godula, and I am again going to be your MC today as we focus on the essential role of entrepreneurship and investment to develop a sustainable blue economy. First of all, a big thank you to the sponsors of this year's Ocean Innovators platform, Coty, we just saw that wonderful video, and Barclays Private Bank Monaco. We're so grateful for all of your support. Today we're going to have a new series of sessions bringing together the best and brightest innovators backed by the co-conveners for today's event. A big thank you to our co-conveners as well, many of whom are here today. 1000 Ocean Startups, Ocean Hub Africa, Sustainable Ocean Alliance, Blue Action Lab, Uplink, the innovation platform of the World Economic Forum, and the Solar Impulse Foundation. Now, all of us here today know about the importance of getting the sustainability message out into the world. So if you would please, throughout the day today and tomorrow, please feel free to use the hashtag MOW23, and also please to tag the Prince Albert II of Monaco Foundation. All of that will help promote this event on social media. Today's event's also being streamed online on the Swapcard platform and on YouTube. I'd like to take a moment now to welcome our guests who are following us from all around the world. You'll all be able to ask your questions at the end of each panel, either here in person or via the platform if you're joining us online. And with that, we're going to get started with some words of welcome from the organizer of the Ocean Innovators platform. Please welcome the CEO of the Prince Albert II of Monaco Foundation, Olivier Venden. Sure.
I don't want to go to the lectern. Good morning, everyone. Day 2. Keep the energy up. Keep the energy up. I'm glad that you're so many coming this morning. I know the night has been pretty short for many of you, but that's also the importance of the network. Let me say how proud I am to bring to Monaco this incredible community that you represent. This day 2 will be another very rich program, 5 different panels that we will have today. Amazing fireside chats, amazing moderators, so keep the spirit up. I won't speak too long. You have probably heard me and seen me too often in the past days, but I would like to stress make 2 points this morning. First of all, it's a great honor having Coty join the Ocean Innovators platform along Barclays Private Bank. Coty is a beautiful cosmetic group with a strong root in Monaco, but Matthew will let you know in a second more in details. It's great to embark a cosmetic group in the Ocean Innovators platform because you know the impact of cosmetic nanoparticles. So we have to embark this industry as well. So that's really important, significant for us. So thanks for your trust. And the second point I would like to make is to thank my own team. I would like to thank Romain, I would like to thank Olivier, I would like to thank Alejandra, Pierre, Nadège, Léa. They're very discreet, but believe me, without them, we won't be here. And I won't be here on stage today. So a big, big thank to this incredible team at the foundation. I wish you a very lovely day. Thank you.
Olivier Wenden, thank you so much. All right, we'll now hear from one of the main sponsors of this year's Ocean Innovators platform. Would you please welcome with me the Managing Director France for Coty, Mathieu Dufresne.
It works? Yeah, perfect. Thank you, Olivier. And I have to say, I mean, it's a pleasure to work with your team also. I mean, amazing people. Excellencies, dear Olivier, dear friends, good morning. Very happy to be with you today. And as you say, I mean, it's a great honor for me to welcome you today on behalf of Coty. Coty is the official sponsor for the very first time of the Ocean Innovator platform. And as you said, Olivier, it's no coincidence that I'm here speaking with you today in Monaco. The Principality of Monaco represents for us 75 years of heritage for Coty. And today we take this history even further, reaffirming our commitment to the values of excellence, of innovation and sustainability, which we share in common with the foundation. Actually, Coty history has been linked to Monaco since 1946. The year Dr. Eugène Frezzati was a brilliant scientist with a passion for skin physiology. And he had a breakthrough in his Monaco lab, which is just a few blocks away. He discovered the power of self-regeneration of skin cells. And thus, the Lancaster skincare and sun care brand was born, and we will always, always remain faithful to its Monégasque roots. Today, as the #1 sun care brand in Europe, we have a responsibility. Our responsibility is to pave the way for how we protect both the health of people's skin, especially against skin cancer, and the health of our planet and its oceans. To meet this responsibility, investments in innovation and scientific research are our best assets. We were the very first company to offer a range of sun care products and the only one today to offer total skin protection against the entire solar spectrum. We were also the very first one to develop ocean-friendly sun care formulas. Today, the expertise of our laboratories and the know-how of our teams, and many are present here with me today, and the team in the factory right next to the palace, benefit our group, Coty Group, internationally. Some of our perfume brands that you saw in the video just before, skincare product, but also makeup, like Lancaster, obviously, Gucci Beauty, Chloé Beauty, Burberry, Bourjois, or Rimmel, to name a few, are also crafted, I have to say, and produced here in Monaco. And we have great ambition for our group, and Monaco is at the heart of this aspiration. At Coty, sustainability is the ultimate innovation driver. We launched a sustainability platform that we call Beauty That Lasts. It is our plan to transform the world of beauty and bring innovative, science-based solutions. Reducing greenhouse gas emission for our own operation by 50% by 2030 is one ambition, notably embodied in our Monaco facilities. And as signatories of the Energy Transition Pact since March 2021, we have, for example, an exclusive supply of green energy for our 2 sites. This sustainable and pioneering philosophy is reflected, obviously, in our product. For example, our sun care range, Sun Sensitive, was the first in the industry to receive the silver cradle-to-cradle certification for ocean-friendly formulas. Thomas, who is with us today, will tell you all about it in the first panel. In fragrances, which is also a big part of our business, we are the first one to use industrial gas emission capture technology that you all know about, but this time to the benefit of the fragrance industry to produce sustainable alcohol with our partner, LanzaTech. What we believe that innovation and sustainability are at the heart of a virtuous cycle. And at the time when citizens in general and consumers in particular are looking for quality, but also transparency and sustainability in their product, it is absolutely essential for us to accelerate our commitments. And as some of you said yesterday, sustainability is not a matter of choice. And trust me, it is extremely true for business, especially in the consumer goods industry. And we believe that a company that doesn't take sustainability as the ultimate driver for innovation will simply fail, simply collapse in the next 10 years. And why? I mean, just for a simple reason. The Gen Z and the millennial consumers are already considering sustainability to be a key factor in their purchasing behavior. So with this in mind, and with the roots that we have in Monaco, we are very proud, Olivier, to see that the Principality is the place for ocean protection under the leadership of Prince Abed II. And for us, this ocean platform acts as a catalyst for innovation. And partnering with a foundation that promotes a new relationship with nature and supports innovation that can accelerate this change is the opportunity to be part of implementing effective solutions. And I have to say, joining each of you, all leaders in your field, is also a tremendous source of inspiration for Coty, because working together as leaders, we can really drive a change. So I really believe that today, in this room, we are at the heart of that virtuous cycle that we are all mentioning. And to push excellence, to push innovation, gather investment, to be able finally to push sustainability further. So I wish you all to make great connection today, and I know brilliant new ideas will foster. Thank you very much.
Matthew Dufresne, thank you so much. Thank you again for Coty's support. All right, so you know, for many people around the world, the ocean means mainly one thing, and that's a beach. Coastal tourism, of course, is a big moneymaker for many coastal communities, but of course it can also have a huge environmental impact on their ecosystems. Our first session today is going to take a closer look at what ocean innovators are doing to work toward a more sustainable tourism that's regenerative, resilient, and thriving. Would you please welcome on stage now the panel for this first session: Sarah Andriotti from Shark Safe Barrier, Thomas Lequinqui from Lancaster, Ingrid Morstad from Catapult Ocean, Sam Teicher from Coral Vita, and Marc Garcia Duran-Huey from Underwater Gardens International. This session and the following fireside chat will be moderated by Lovelda Vicenzi, who specializes in moderating events in the climate space. Lovelda, the floor is yours.
Welcome. Hello, folks. How's everybody doing? Yeah, it's the first time you've engaged this way, huh? Get used to it. It's happening for the rest of this session. This isn't girls against boys before you start to think that that's what I've done here. What I've noticed is that's the order in which everybody's seated based upon what's on the slide. So it's just easier for you guys to be able to track. But just in case people were thinking, what did you do here? Is there like a divide? We get on with each other. It's okay. So welcome to the room. Welcome to this session for today. Thank you all so much for joining us today to have this very important conversation. As many of you may be aware, global tourism and the travel market was estimated to be $8.8 billion in 2019, which is around 10% of global GDP. So not a small proportion, so there's a huge opportunity here. And yet, it has a huge impact on the oceans, hence what we're here to discuss today. So our panelists will be bringing a multitude of new and fresh ideas to the table for you to consider and have a think about, as well as discussing what is some of the commercial opportunities that may be available for those of you in the room to partake in. So let's dive straight in then, because it's useful to kind of understand what's available. Many of you have developed, especially Marc, Sarah, and Sam, you've developed macro solutions to support sustainable tourism. Can you tell us a little bit more about what that looks like? Sarah, I'll start with you. So you've got shark-safe barriers. Can you tell us a little bit more about your solution? I think we've got some images that will be displayed behind you as you speak.
Thank you very much, and thank you everybody for being here so early-ish in the morning. Well, what I do with our technology is saving sharks from people and saving people from sharks in area where the people and shark wants to use the same water. And it sounds like a very niche issue, but in South Africa, Australia, and some French islands, sharks are currently getting fished out and killed to protect the local tourism. So what we do is create biomimicry-inspired barrier that are barrier from the shark point of view, not from the people point of view, to keep them separated from surfers and swimmers.
So what you're doing is making it safer for swimmers to get in the ocean such that you don't then have a negative impact because there's been a shark attack.
Indeed, and also, you know, the trauma associated with the shark accident is something that we want to prevent so that we can speak about shark conservation.
Fantastic. Sam, I feel like you're quite famous in this room. I mean, we've heard quite a bit from you over the last, I was going to say few days. It feels like we've been here for more than a day, right? Is it just me? Feels like it's been a week, but it's only really been a day. No, I don't mean it's boring. I mean it's been so condensed in terms of the amount of information that it feels like the amount we've consumed should have taken longer. But you've done a very great job of putting it together. Sam, can you tell us a little bit more about Coral Vita, perhaps for those who haven't come across you before?
Sure. So I am the co-founder and chief reef officer of Coral Vita, which is a mission-driven company that grows corals to restore dying reefs. And we also were the inaugural winners of the Revive Our Ocean Earthshot Prize. That is not the normal tourist that we get at the Coral Farm, though that certainly was a special day. And what we're looking at is how coral reefs are dying around the world. We've lost half the world's reefs since the 1970s. We're on track to lose over 90% by 2050, and that is an ecological tragedy. I've been a scuba diver since I was old enough to do it, but putting aside the ecological wonder of reefs, the biodiversity, they're critical for the economy, particularly in coastal and island nations, for protecting coastlines from storms, for sustaining fisheries, for medicinal compounds, but also for tourism. So we're looking at how that value is also threatened. We use breakthrough methods to grow corals in months instead of decades, strengthen the resilience to climate change threats, but then also are creating a mission-driven commercial model to help fund ecosystem scale restoration.
So, and it's no secret how important coral reefs are from a tourism perspective. I mean, the amount, whether it's snorkeling or diving, people do like to go places where there's a lot of coral. Mark, underwater gardens, tell us more. I know there's quite a lot going on in terms of what you do.
Yes, thank you. Actually, we've been thinking about the problem of sustainability and resilience of the territories from this territorial perspective. So we thought that we need disruptors of the territorial planning systems, and we decided that we needed laboratories for climate change adaptation in these 4 levels. The same way that a city is designed, we designed this small smart city that crosses the social, the cultural, the scientific, and the natural. So it becomes a place where all of these techniques that are arising all over the world can meet in one single place, so everyone can have the experience of how the world could look like if we truly applied everything we already know. It's also an accelerator of transformation and instigator of inspiration for scientific evolution in the way we treat the oceans. So in order to do this, what we have also is understood that is science-based, it's a natural solution that needs to engage through fun. So that's why tourism is so important. And also we need this laboratory to not be dependent on the ways economy is fluctuating, and is going to be fluctuating in the next years. So we have seen that tourism is a very resilient industry, is a very resilient income source. Only the COVID was able to stop it momentarily, but then when we opened the door, it started again. So in order to do that, to create these regenerative parks, these climate change adaptation laboratories, we first created a call for transitioning in this new paradigm from engineering, which is sort of Napoleonic, into if you look from the window, you see that we have overimposed the economic system over the ecologic system, and we need to readdress that into a symbiotic positive relationship. So in order to do that, we need to gather the science that is now dispersed and broken down into little pieces in creating communities of scientists that can address the whole ecosystem, not only specific elements of it. So that's what we've done. We created a scientific consortium called Ocean Citizen with more than 200 scientists. This has been funded by the European community with around 12 million euros. And we have developed a software that allows for the orchestration of this knowledge that is called Reef Hopper, that allows for the creation of these substrates that can create this new idea of colonizing the sea, which is the underwater gardens, these new profession, underwater gardeners. So this can be understood as sea gardens that are allowed for climate change mitigation tools that integrates from coral nurseries to sponges, all sorts of organisms. And when they have this relationship with tourism, they are regenerative parks. So this is sort of the model that we are producing. And we are already doing the first one in Tenerife, where we have been declared by the local government as a strategic tool for transformation of the island.
That is
So
fantastic. Thomas, often when we think about tourism and we're thinking about climate impact, we're looking at solutions that are directly related to the ocean. And we forget about the tourists who come and do the things that they come and do. So how is as a consumer brand, how are you thinking about ecotourism differently and how you can help contribute to moving things forward in a more positive direction?
I mean, I think when you think about being a consumer brand, it just shows the power of influence that you have over people to change behavior, to change ways of thinking about tourism, but about just everything that they do on a daily basis. And I think especially about sun care, being the number one, in Europe, you have a responsibility to pave the way for other brands to follow and to really drive innovation. And I feel that it's something that we've really taken seriously. We've been around for since 1946 in Monaco, and in sun care, we were the first to launch a full sun care range in the 70s, which was something that was quite new at the time. But I think for me, it really comes with a dual responsibility. I think that the number one that people don't necessarily think about when they apply sunscreen, but the number one purpose is the prevention of skin cancer, which still today is the number one type of cancer. So that's the primary basic need to cover. And I think we have some outstanding technologies within the Coty group, and thanks to the great work of our scientific teams to develop this really truly patented innovation that allows us to have that superiority. But the flip side to that is, how do you make sure that you provide this extremely high level of skin protection in a way that's respectful, is responsible to the overall environment, and in particular to ocean life? And we know that that's been getting a lot of attention in recent years, but for us, it's really something that we've been doing for a very long time. And we've been part of research groups. Our research teams are part of industry-wide and even beyond beauty as well, research groups, in terms of anticipating and really working to fine-tune and create the most respectful formulas beyond regulations, beyond the Hawaii ban, for example, and really try to be as influential and continue to strive to do better for people, but also for the oceans.
I love that you thought about the science of the product and thinking we can still protect skin, and we can take it further to make sure that it's also protecting the planet. Ingrid from Catapult Ocean has invested in more than 50 solutions, all in the ocean space. Can you tell us a little bit more about your business and how some of those solutions you see might be impacting ecotourism?
Yes, thank you. Yes, Catapult Ocean is part of Catapult. So we started in 2016 doing impact investing in Norway. So we're based out of Oslo, Norway, and have done in total 146 investments. But in 2019, we dived into the ocean and started investing there. We talked yesterday about we need some pioneers here and see the unicorns there. So that's what's good. There are some of the investments that we did in 2016, 2017. So we have 4 unicorns in the portfolio, so that's great. There have been 2 of them through the accelerator program. So what we do is we invest in startups in the ocean space and also accelerate them. So I think that's maybe what's good with us. We invest first and then run the companies through the accelerator program. So we really back the companies up. So we say in the beginning that, okay, we do look at a lot of companies. We looked at 1,850 companies last year, ocean and climate. We invested in 23 and run them through the accelerator program, where we focus on both impact, that's the whole month, and investor readiness for them to make sure to get the investments they need to grow and scale. And also growth, because we see companies are different. So some companies need to focus on sales, some need to grow the organization. So they're different. So that's how we work with them. And also afterwards, it's important for us to connect them with our network and connect them with other investors. So we're also part of founding partner of 1,000 Ocean Startups, and I'm in the on the steering committee there, also working with them on impact measurement framework that we talked about yesterday as well, the Ocean Impact Navigator. So that's also a framework that we're using for our portfolio.
The focus on impact and investing, and that you say when people come into the accelerator, the focus is first on the impact and then on the growth. Let's ensure that it's actually making a difference. And what I'm particularly loving about this panel is it's quite blended. We've got startups, we've got investors, we've got organizations that have been around for a while. Thomas, as a brand that's been around since 1946, you've got a long-standing history, and some might say you're leading the market in terms of innovations and taking bold steps in terms of your product, the makeup of the product in order to impact the oceans. Has eco-friendliness and ocean impact always been a part of the brand? And is it, let's be honest, is it a commercially sound route to go down as a long-standing brand with existing consumers?
I mean, I think we're lucky enough to be born and still made today in Monaco. So I mean, when you work with this view, I think it becomes quite obvious that you want to make sure that you can protect it and preserve it. So I think it was always something that was part of the thinking. I mean, obviously business has evolved since the 1940s. So, obviously you, as a big company, you need to make sure that you consistently keep evolving and transform your business so that you can be as relevant and as innovative as you can be. So for me, that's really the spirit that we cultivate at Lancaster. And I think, like I said, we were pioneers in sun care in the 70s. And, it's like innovation. It's like everybody in this room, innovation never stops. It's not something that you do and you're done with innovation. It's a continuous mindset that you always strive to do better and to go beyond what's feasible, because it's otherwise there's not going to be any newness. And I think for us it's always also come from science. It's always the research behind it. We're super lucky to have extremely talented teams of scientists in-house that also collaborate with external partners. We have a really strong partnership with the University of Nice and their Institute of Research to help us, for instance, develop testing methods that can certify that the UV filters that we use in our formulas, they are respectful and they respect the coral cells and their integrity. So that's something that we've been doing for several years, and that we really continue to do as a very core value in our business. And to go back to, I think, the last point in your question around, is it commercially viable? I think Mathieu mentioned it in his intro, but it's something that innovation and sustainability is become part of any business. It's no longer, it's not a trend. It's not something that is nice to have. It has to be ingrained in everything that we do. It has to be intertwined in your business strategy. And we really see that this really resonates with consumers, because I think we can all relate that you're probably more attracted to brands and businesses that care about the things that you care about. So there's an element of, I guess, relatability that also drives business in the long run.
I love the science that is so integral with the work that you're doing. And it's so true that we are seeing such a trend now in terms of the consumer base that's driving what businesses need to do in order to be, to not just be this large company, but to be something much more relatable to an individual. You care about what I care about. In terms of coastal tourism, we've got some really compelling, new, exciting solutions that are sat here on this panel today. And those business models have scope to have a really great impact. But I'd love for you to bring them to life for us a little bit more. So, Sam, I'd love to start with you. Can you give us some examples of some of the industry stakeholders that you've worked with before and some of the impact and results that you're seeing from the work that you're doing?
Sure, and just to paint a picture in terms of bringing it to life. Again, what we're doing is taking cuttings from living corals out on the reefs, bringing them to farms that are based on land, growing them, and then outplanting them back into the ocean. So literally bringing these pieces of coral to life so that they can help revitalize reef habitats. So again, if you put aside the way that reefs reduce wave energy by 97%, they protect coastlines from storms. Up to 1 billion people and 1/4 of all marine life depends on this one ecosystem. They also are essential for tourism economies. And so the two ways that we're kind of looking at it is, one, by restoring a reef for, say, a hotel or developers, that is going to help draw in snorkel and scuba tourists. And even for the people that don't know anything about corals, they often want to see beautiful fish. They want to see colors. They want to see the magic of sea life. And without the corals, they often aren't going to be there. So one of our restoration sites in Grand Bahama, within less than 1 year, we have doubled the amount of fish at that one site. And it's actually, sitting on, listening to the panel yesterday, we had partners from the Blue Action Lab in Grand Bahama, while we're also getting funding from the Global Fund for Coral Reefs, working with a forthcoming Six Senses resort there with one of our investors on stage and friends from Vesta. So it's great being in this room and seeing how there's all these different synergies. So the stakeholders include those resorts, they include governments, they include everyone that has a stake in the benefits of the reefs themselves. At the same time, as we're actually selling this service of reef restoration and really trying to transition this away from small one-off grants and donations, which is how the field of restoration has largely existed, our farms themselves are also tourism attractions. So we had that picture before. As we're growing the corals, we've designed the farms to be really dynamic and fun and interactive. So just like you could pay to visit an aquarium, you could come pay to visit our coral farm. So that's just another revenue stream that helps fund our work, but at the same time is also a great engagement tool. And we've got senior executives from not only hotels and airlines, but cruise lines looking at how in Grand Bahama and other places we're planning on working, these farms themselves can be tourism products that can help provide jobs in the local communities and be education centers for students and fishermen. But having this sort of dual approach, having a fun activity, hopefully everyone here will have the opportunity to come plant some corals with us one day. So tourism experiences in themselves through our work, but then also as a result of our work, there still are vibrant, beautiful, fun reefs for people to go visit. And I think it's also just worth mentioning from one other level, even if you're not a snorkeler or a scuba diver, for the people that want to just put their toes in white sandy beaches, in many places those beaches don't exist if there aren't coral reefs. For the people that never go underwater, they just like to fish, that's a tourism experience. And without reefs and mangroves and seagrass, without these ecosystems that we all rely upon, so much of what people pay good money to go experience won't be possible. So we're really trying to create this whole restoration economy that really has great tie-in with tourism and with all the industry stakeholders that are part of this.
Lots of stakeholders, lots of streams of income, really looking quite holistically at what is the potential for the tourism industry. What's also interesting is nobody owns the ocean, right? So frustratingly, when it comes to stakeholders and funding and business models, there isn't a single person that owns the oceans. So Sarah, in terms of, you're keeping sharks and people kind of comfortably away from each other, how does your business model work, and who are your key stakeholders really in bringing your business to life?
It's complicated. Well, because you're right in saying that nobody owns the ocean, but it's also everybody's responsibility. So in our case, we are not as developed as Sam's business. We just landed our first client. As soon as I'm back, I'm going to fly to them. And our business model works by tailor building a barrier in the area where it's needed. So we have to speak with the local beach users, with the local municipality, and ask them where do they want to be protected from sharks. And when we started doing that, it was for saving sharks. As we've been developing the business and working on that some more, we realized it's much more complex than that, because it touches into, like I mentioned, people's trauma. It touches into allowing more people to enter the ocean without this fear, and it allows to start a conversation around shark conservation, research and education. What I would like to also share with you is how this technology doesn't just fix this problem, it also creates an artificial reef once it's in, and how the maintenance of this technology can also create jobs for the local community. and how we can, like I mentioned, start a conversation around these shark that we didn't have before.
So many different layers to it. I was looking at some of the numbers about the impact of a shark attack on the local economy, and the numbers are staggering in terms of the number of years it takes to recover because people are just too scared to come. So you've got that kind of immediate fear factor, and then you've got the ongoing benefit of, well, now you've got an artificial reef that attracts the fish, and so kind of similar outcomes that you'd get from something such as the work that Sam's doing with Coral Vita.
Something, sorry, I'm doing a poor job of being a scientist here. You want the numbers. So every time there is a shark accident, they actually calculated a 40% reduction in tourism booking. A little island like Reunion have been losing 20 million euro every year since 2011 because of the shark accident. The beaches had to be closed. The municipality is liable if accident happened. So the numbers are huge.
Yeah, I could see you wanted to jump in there, Sam.
No, I think I'll just as another shark stat, which I always found fascinating. One is that more people die from vending machines every year than shark attacks, but there still is this driving fear.
Exactly.
Like it's hundreds of millions of sharks and 6 to 12 people every year from shark attacks. At the same time, there's also a study done a few years ago in Palau, right, because of shark finning, a few $1,000s for every shark that's killed, but over its lifetime through tourism, for people that do want to also see sharks, and like its value is over $1 million. So the idea that you also are protecting sharks for their own sake, let alone how much that drives tourism, it's a really great solution.
Thank you. Indeed, New Caledonia, they just, a couple of years ago, they took the bull shark and the tiger shark out of the protected list so that the fishermen can kill them following one shark accident they have on the island. And in 2023, that is just not right. It's unacceptable.
There's so many synergies and interconnectedness in terms of the ocean and tourism. And Mark, I'm sure you see this all the time with your business model, bringing so many different facets of business and ocean life together. Can you just dive a little bit more and bring it to life a bit more for people? Like, this sounds fascinating.
All right, but previous to that, sorry.
Go on.
The truth is that there also this dispersion of... I believe that the change is systemic, and we're trying to orchestrate this nowadays. And one of the roles that our park does, and I think that altogether we may have the impact that we want, no? But one of the things that I always live is this idea that when we create these gatherings, we all agree, we are all going in the same direction, but then we go out in the street and nobody cares. So one of the things that we're trying to do is to make the discussion present in society, and not only in somehow the highly educated society, but among the substrate of what's going to produce the political action. So that's one of the roles of the park. It's an activist in a way, no? It's an activist where everybody can come and be a part of it. Having said that, also what the model is about orchestrating and gathering all of these innovations and solving the decision making that needs to be behind, and solving the awareness and solving the ignorance that goes on the direction of making those sort of decisions. So it's an educational place. It's a place where you can share, I'm sorry, I'm talking to them, but I'm so engaged. It's about how can we come together? Because I believe that somehow climate change is so urgent. It's a big opportunity. I think it's the best thing that could happen to humanity, because it's going to force us to face these strong facts and just cut the and go, coming together. And I believe that we are able to come together. We can solve systemically all of these little problems that we're facing all alone somehow. So I don't know if that. So in terms of what's the experience of the park, how is this becoming attractive? Is beyond an attraction for nerds? Is because we live in a moment that everyone wants to be immersed in something. So we have gathered the best immersive technologies on one side and the most amazing immersive analogic games and analogic experiences that you can create. So you can have a journey during a day and through fun discover all the facts about climate change adaptation, all the harsh facts. but not from an energy of, we don't want to create the Louis XIV effect, après moi le déluge, mais we want to engage people in a positive way. Because most people say, okay, what can I do about climate change? So coming to one of our parks means, okay, you become an activist and your action matters, not only through your money that you're paying for the park, but also through the activities that you're playing, becoming an ambassador of these values, no? The values of climate change adaptation.
Really bringing the, dare I say, common person. It sounds really bad when I put it like that. But, the individuals who aren't necessarily always living and breathing this space into the world in a way, into the climate impact, ocean impact space in a way that doesn't feel quite so you're bad, you haven't got this right, you need to care, but to really kind of capture the hearts and minds of people to compel them to want to do better. So we have lots of solutions and lots of ideas and lots of things happening, but they all kind of require a bit of money, don't they, Ingrid? And when it comes to that, and that's part of the reason why a lot of people in this room, like, how do we get the money? Where does it come from? What commonalities have you been seeing in successful businesses that have a positive impact, particularly in the space of coastal tourism? Is there a common success thread for those organizations?
Yeah, that's $1 million question.
I know, that's why I'm asking it, because that's what they're thinking.
Yeah, like yesterday, it's like not one size fits all here either. It's, of course, looking at the team, looking at the business model. That's maybe what's difficult here with the business model, because you need to find a payer. You need to find, okay, you know the problem, you know the solution, you have the solution, and that needs to fit, but also the impact, be clear about that, but then, okay, who's paying for this? Who's gaining from this solution? So that's where you really need to dig down and analyze. So who's gaining from, who's willing to pay? We have some startups, of course, multiple revenue streams. That's investors' dream. If you can find that, so you have multiple legs to stand on. So we have a company, Carbon Wave, in our portfolio, who's like sargassum is really a big issue for the industry, tourist industry in the Caribbean. So they're removing sargassum from the beaches. And also using that as a resource. So I think that is also good for us. We see, okay, they can use both cleanup, they get paid for that, and also as a resource, they get paid for that. We've seen other solutions as well where they want to sink the sargassum, but then that's when the impact part of us think, okay, what happens then? What's happened on the seabed if you're just dumping something that's not supposed to be there? So we're thinking the whole circle here, but I would say business model and customers, that's maybe the main parts.
And what I'm hearing as well is there's that holistic element. The more touch points you can have that can drive revenue and impact, the more exciting and interesting it is to an investor.
Yeah, absolutely. Just also different customers. So if you rely on one customer, that's a bit very narrow. So you should also think about different customers. We have also Evo in our portfolio. They're targeting the leisure boat industry in Norway, because we have 1 million leisure boats in Norway and quite a few here as well. So if some of these could be electric instead of diesel engine, that would be probably a good impact for Monaco as well. But they also targeting the fishing industry, because for the fishing industry, it's the salmon gets stressed with the noise from the engines. So with electric engines, it's a better solution, and it's also they don't spend like hours out in the sea, so it's enough to have 1 hour's full speed with this engine instead.
See, I'm working it for you. I'm gonna get the information out of her. Don't you worry. One last question for you, Ingrid, kind of funding related. A lot of startups in this space are very much focused on that kind of investment income. Are there different income streams that are appropriate at different times or in different scenarios? Should it just be looking for the right investor, or are there other compelling ways to fund in different scenarios?
Yeah, early stage grants is a good income source, I would say, and that's also to get traction, because we usually, as investors, we would like to see some traction. So is it market for solution need some money from the beginning? So then, if you have grants as well, of course, if you get money from EU, then that's a good stamp for us on the companies. but also planning the investment journey. I think it's important. That's why we spent also a month with the companies in the program, so that they can plan the investment journey. If they start fundraising when they need money, it's a big risk that they'll need to just shut down the company because you don't get it enough. You should have enough time to fundraise. So we want the startups to get in the right investors and plan the investment journey, because that is also crucial to get in the right investors. You would like the investors that are having the same targets that you have. I know it's easy to say as an investor to say that to startups, but think through that. So don't take just the money. If you're not aligned, then I wouldn't take the money at all costs.
Lots to think about there. Now, of course you can. Quickly before you do, please get your questions ready. I'm going to do a couple more questions over here and then jump over to you. So I'm going to try and keep it moving here so we can get lots of questions, because I'm sure lots of you are ready to do a little interrogation. Be nice with your questions. Go on, Sarah.
I just want to confirm what you just said about getting people that are aligned with your mission, because money finish, but people stays, and you want the person to stay behind to bring skill that you didn't have before, and to work with you to make the company successful. And I was very lucky in that, but we were also very selective. So yeah, it's very true.
Money goes, but people stay. They say something like that about age or something like that, but we'll move on from that. Speaking about commercial potential, so we've heard from an investor perspective. Mark, can you just give us some insight in terms of what you see as the commercial potential, particularly in the tourism sector for underwater gardens?
Sure. Maybe one of the things that I left in my explanation is that it is conceived and designed to go into mature destinations. These mature destinations already have an economic motor that's in motion, but they have the bad effects on the environment. So an underwater garden can take advantage of that economic motor, increase it in its effects, and then allow for this tourism to become a force of good, a force of change, and a force of positive impact in nature, making the system resilient in this way. So the money streams of the project are, one is the common one, so the entry ticket. But obviously, as we are already accustomed to these apps where you buy extra things, so the whole motor is there. So it's an economical machine that allows them to reinvest in a free way into the investigation and the development of specific technologies for specific locations. And so what we have developed is a specific protocol that can be applied to any place, and that integrates whatever knowledge is there. I often talk about cloud architecture. I mean, what decides the shape of a cloud is not the ego projection of an author, but is somehow the combination of factors. So the strategy that Underwater Guides does is sort of creating a cloud. We land in a specific place, so we give a voice to any of the stakeholders that are in place. And that feeds the economic system, reactivates the economic system, and feeds all the little businesses that are in the local area.
Fantastic. Sam, Coral Vita, you've already given us a little bit of insight in terms of the commercials. What's your projections in terms of the level of impact you can have with tourism?
Big. I mean, it's definitely one of the things we're focused on, right?
Yeah.
So the idea that we want to have our ultimate vision. Ultimate vision is that we're put out of business because there's no more reefs left to restore, but we're not really heading in that direction as a world. So we really think there needs to be large-scale land-based coral farms in every nation with reefs around the world, and that they're financially sustainable, and that tourism really represents a huge way to drive funding, which again turns into impact. It turns into dollars that funds restoration. So there's also smaller scale projects we're looking at as potential pilots to test out different things. So there's a resort in the Maldives that's interested in actually setting up a small scale farm at their resort. So that's just another offering for people to come stay at their location, because they can actually participate in the process and then obviously get in the water and see and experience the reefs themselves. But this idea that we can sell to resorts and governments and everyone has a stake in it, while then making the farms themselves being these revenue generating attractions in and of themselves, but also tying that in with really interesting conservation finance products. So there's a little reference to this yesterday, but there are policies being developed by the insurance industry, looking at how, again, coral reefs can protect coastlines from storms. So if a hotel not only can show that they're doing good and draw in snorkel and scuba tourists, but then also potentially see their premium go down because they've restored a reef, you just sort of unlock more opportunities to do better work. And then we're also looking at ways that we can sort of tell this story to get more people aware of and wanting to come to these places. So we actually did a brand partnership deal last year with Corona Beer in the UK. So there's a Corona Beer reef getting restored. Maybe one day there could be a Cody reef. But this idea that also, again, gets more people aware not only of what we're doing, but the issue. Because hopefully, again, more people are advocating to protect coral reefs in the first place. But by doing that, it funds the work, but then it's another story to get people to think about, oh, maybe I should go visit Grand Bahama on my vacation because there's this cool Corona reef that I could check out and see this whole experience of the reef coming back to life. So yeah, there's a lot of different ways of tapping into that as a commercial revenue stream, while again, we're working on a range of other revenue streams as well.
So much creativity in all the different commercial revenue streams. Sarah, from your perspective, where do you see the commercial potential for shark-safe barriers?
Well, when we started, the idea was to replace the shark nets and the baited hooks that are currently used for killing sharks. So the idea at the beginning was the 46 beaches we have in South Africa that have these nets there, and the 51 in New South Wales, and there is more in Queensland. And then we have been working with Ocean Hub Africa. We were one of their first startup. And then we realized that the market is much bigger than that, because we can have private clients, such as cruises that has a little island that they want to protect their tourists. We have private clients that are just wealthy and they want to protect their little beach. And immediately we had to be a bit more artistic about our proposal, because we have a private client that can afford to buy a barrier, and then we still have municipality that would love to have it for free. So we have to approach financial institution to put in the initial capital and loan it to the municipality, so that the municipality can dilute the payment over their 5-6 years. We get it in, and we also create a job for the local community. So our other revenue stream is empowering the local community to take care of the barrier. So we will have people to maintain it, to clean it, and to run educational program. And we will have a sort of quality check every year for these services. So every time we have a barrier installed, then we can also generate income for the company.
My heart is so warm with the creativity around the commercials, because it's useful to see so many different solutions to really big problems that are also so commercially viable as well.
And it's different, you know, because we work globally, every client is not completely, but mostly, they all have their own characteristics that we have to learn and adapt. So that's how it happened, that we have to be creative.
And adaptation is definitely the name of the game. So over 450 organizations signed the Glasgow Climate Declaration, Climate Action in Tourism, which is a commitment for a decade of tourism climate action. Thomas, for an organization so large, some might say that it's a trend for large companies to get behind big ideas around climate, etc., so that it looks very good for them. And how are you doing things differently at Lancaster, that it's not just let's sign a declaration or let's jump on the back of a bandwagon of wanting to do good?
Thank you for that question first, because I feel quite strongly about this. I think for me, and you know, like I said in one of the previous answers, I don't think sustainability can be a campaign or a trend. It's not a band-aid that you put to cover up an issue. It has to be truly integrated in your business, and obviously, you know, whether you're a large or small business, it happens maybe in different ways and in different types of transformations. But I think the way that we look at it at Coty is really about making sure that sustainability is ingrained in everything that we do, in every decision that we make, and most importantly in innovation. So anything that we do, like we said, it is science-based, it's based on scientific data and research. So it's not just following trends and reading magazines, but it's actually facts. And that's the importance, because we know that this is how we're going to drive positive change in the longer run. And beyond the research, which a lot of it is internal, we're also working with external research partners as well. We also have a certification from Cradle to Cradle. Most of you might be familiar, really a gold standard in sustainability. And we evaluated with them the material, we were part of the material health certification, which reviews all of the raw materials, the ingredients, the filters that go into our formulations, to make sure that they're respectful of coral and ocean safe. So, you know, it's not just internal, it's also certified by external parties. And I think that's what we're trying to encourage with the wider industry is to say, you know, take real actions, make sure that science is at the heart of it, because for me, that's really where innovation in our field at least comes from. And really have credible facts, credible external certifications that help you get that true, you know, sustainable credibility that will build the trust with your consumers and with, you know, everyone around you.
Brilliant. The science-based approach is really hitting me in terms of the approach that you've taken. This is my last question for the panel before I come to the audience, so it's kind of a heads up for whoever's running the microphone, but also for you to know it's coming in your general direction. Ingrid, I think what Thomas has really led us into is the idea of impact, real impact. As an investor in this space, how do you measure the impact of a company's solution?
I think that's another million-dollar question.
I'm all for the million-dollar questions.
No, but it's good. It's evolving a lot. And then I started working with social impact 14 years ago, I think. But the measuring part, that's been the issue, and that's what we're working on in the whole industry, I think. And I think a few years ago, it was enough to say that you had an impact. You could have like marketing campaigns, just, okay, we have an impact, that's good. And people just, yeah, okay, that's fine. Now you actually need to prove that as well. So you need numbers. And I understand that's difficult for startups to have numbers because investors are asking these questions now. So what's your impact and how can you prove your impact? So we're also spending 1 month of the program working with starting very high level, okay, what's the problem solution? Just have a clear definition of that and your impact. And then diving into a theory of change. Okay, you want this change. How are you going to get there? So what's the step on the way? And what can you measure going there? So what's the outputs of your activities? So you could maybe, how many coral reefs are you actually producing? And then putting it back into the water. Okay, what's the effect there in the water? Then that's the outcome of that, and the impact is saving the ocean there. So you're working very closely with the startups on that, because I think also we have a golden window in the program where we can work very closely with them. It's intense, but still they sit down and we push them through this, and they have to make deliverables on this, and then we have the metrics for later so that we can follow up on that. So if they have, we just start with something. It's better to start with 1 or 2 metrics and start measuring that, and then you'll build out after. I've seen Will here from Ocean Bottle. They started with he's behind there. So they started with just, okay, what's their picking plastics or paying for funding plastic collection in Southeast Asia, and then so each Ocean Bottle is actually funding 1,000 plastic bottles collection of that or equivalent. Then also now they're looking at the whole circle. So what's the impact of the whole production of the bottle? They have one of the producers where actually had solar panels on a roof to be more sustainable in the production, and also the whole thing can be recycled. So they're thinking also, okay, we can switch different parts here so that it's people don't use it 1 year or 2 years. If something breaks, then they can replace it. So they're quite far there in how they're working with impact.
But there's always a starting point from which you can start to expand out. You can't ignore impacts. You can't ignore the measurement of it.
No.
Especially if you're looking for investment.
Yeah. So I would also, we're mentioning also Ocean Impact Navigator yesterday. I think that's giving good overview of the ocean space, because that's also a problem. It's a lot of different methodologies and a lot of papers. Everybody wants to solve this. So it's a jungle out there. So But I think that's giving a good overview, and then we're taking that and working very closely with the startups to understand, and then we also do follow-on investments in the best performing of the 52 companies that we have. So when we do the follow-up, we're stepping into the SFDR 8 and 9, and then we really need to step up our game as well, because we need to report the impact that we have. We can't say to our investors that we have an impact without proving it.
Without being able to prove it, so that provability becomes incredibly important. So I'm guessing some of you are kind of chomping at the bit to ask a question. First hand up goes first. Don't all rush at once. There's a gentleman over there in the corner. So if you can put your hand all the way up so that the microphone can come to you. Thank you. And if you let us know your name and what organisation you're from, that'd be really helpful.
Yeah, hi.
There we go.
Yeah, hi. My name's Richard Hickson. I'm a critical care consultant in the NHS. I'm part of the Minderoo Monaco Commission on Plastics and Human Health, which is why I'm here. We launched yesterday. It's a great report. Please read it. And I'm also co-founder of Healthcare Ocean, a not-for-profit. I'd like to just carry on with this impact thread, if you don't mind. And Lavelda, you picked my question. But what I want to know, Ingrid, is does timescale come into your assessments? Because obviously the oceans are warming at such a fast rate. They are acidifying faster than any time that we've been able to measure. I mean, they're acidifying faster than the time period prior to the end Permian extinction, which saw the end of 90% of all sea life. Now, we haven't got many decades to turn this ship around. So do you look at timelines as well for the return on your investment for nature, biodiversity, and climate change?
Yes, we don't have much time. We are patient investors, but so on this topic, we're not that patient. So we want the startups to start having their impacts straight away. Of course, we look at the impact and the commercial potential in the companies. If they have really big impact potential, we accept a little bit lower income potential, or the market is smaller. But if it's huge impact, so it's a balance there. We also want them to plan, okay, what are we going to measure when, and set. Also, we see that we need to set goals for that as well. So to make a plan for impact, so impact roadmap, if you say. Working with the startups on that.
Brilliant. Thank you for the question. There's another question. Okay, firstly, right at the back, the man in the blue suit. If you can put your hand up again. Yes, that would be you. And then I can see the lady a little bit further up in the lighter blue suit. It's all about the blues today.
Hi, Steve Culbertson from Youth Service America. My question is really about negative coastal tourism. I'm a big diver. One of the things that I hate the most when I'm in South Africa, which is kind of my second home, are these shark cage expeditions. And I say to people, would you go on a safari if they were throwing meat off the back of the Land Rover and the animals were coming out and getting all riled up? I mean, that's exactly what they do with the sharks, off the coast of South Africa. My question is, where do you guys see negative coastal tourism, and what can we do about it?
Ooh, negative coastal tourism. How did I know Sarah was going to be first? Fellow diver here.
Yes, there are quite some misconception about the way white shark diving tourism works in South Africa, because it's very, very, very regulated. So the way I like to explain it is that tourism makes the shark financially worth to be alive. In a perfect world, we won't need something like that. We could leave every animal alone. But in an imperfect world where we live, a white shark's jaws sells for $1 million, even though they are illegal to catch. So there is still a market for that. Without showing that ecotourism like this will make these animals alive more financially valuable for the local community than getting it fished, without that, the local community will fish it. So what cage diving do is attracting sharks close to the vessel that are already in the area. The sharks don't get fed. They just get attracted close to the vessel. There are also studies showing that they can ignore the charms leak altogether if it is a good day for them to hunt. They are not residential in the area. And what these boats do is also providing a platform to collect very valuable data on these animals, because boats are expensive. And you need boat, you need crew, you need fuel. So having tourism paying for that allows local scientists to collect this data. But I must say it is very, very, very well regulated.
I would
Okay,
also...
and then we'll go to Ingrid after you, Sam.
Sorry.
No, that's okay.
Yeah, I think also before COVID, but I think also after COVID, there's a lot of research that's been done that responsible tourism, experience-based tourism, environmental or social, like people want meaningful experiences more and more. And so I just think that you're seeing a lot of sort of traditional all-inclusive resorts actually already starting to change. And I think a lot of them have a track record historically that isn't so great. So I think those who don't change from negative tourism are going to get left behind. I don't think we're going to be able to drive things system-wide on our own, but I think a lot of people in this room can, and I think people are also just going to understand that they have to. And so right now, we're also looking for expanding new countries, and we choose, you were saying earlier, your investors judiciously, but also partners judiciously. We are the first ones to say, again, best thing to do for reef is not to restore it, it's to stop killing it. So we also won't give people cover to keep doing destructive practices because they say, oh, look, we restored this reef and it's all good. So I think there's a real opportunity for people to actually just see the light and see the bottom line. So if anyone has in this room, we're looking for new partners also. If people know folks that are trying to protect coral reefs and ecosystems, give us a shout. We're also raising a new round to try and achieve those things as well. So I think that we have a real opportunity, again, to showcase, but also just tap into the exact currents and trends that are happening regardless of really the actions that we're taking.
And then really quickly, Ingrid, because I've noticed we've run out of time.
Yeah, just we as tourists have responsibility as well, and investors, of course. So we wouldn't. It's important to look at the risks as well in the investment opportunities, and you see potential negative risks. But I think also regulation. You mentioned that is also can be a push for investors and tourists. In Norway, they're forbidding like the big cruise ships to go into some of the fjords, so they can't go with diesel engines in there. They need electrical. They need to be carbon zero boats. So then regulators are pushing the development and innovation.
So we're moving in the right direction. I'm sorry, ma'am, I'm not going to be able to get to your question at this time because otherwise we'll be here the whole time. However, it's a fab networking opportunity. So Sarah, Ingrid, Thomas, Sam, and Mark, thank you all so much for your time. Can you please give them a beautiful, warm round of applause? Thank you. Yes? You want to be standing? Yes. Okay. No problem. Okay. So, just a little, change of scenery behind me as we go. How's everybody doing? Good. Is everybody awake or still in need of coffee or something? Always in need of coffee. Some of you a little bit awake, some of you a little bit asleep. So I'm going to do a little something with you. Have we got a pulse in the room? Yes. Okay, over here, but not over here. Let's try again. Have we got a pulse in the room? Yes. There we go. So this next session is a fireside conversation with a gentleman who was raised in Monaco, so very familiar with Monaco, former Formula One world champion with the Drivers' Championship, who has had the pleasure of calling Hamilton and Schumacher his former teammate. Now an ecopreneur and eco-investor who has invested in over 20 green value-based businesses, founder of Green Tech Festival, with an aim to beat his success on the racetrack with his success as an eco-entrepreneur and eco-investor. Please give an incredible, warm round of applause to Nico Rosberg! Hello, hello. Welcome.
Pleasure to be here.
Well, it's a pleasure to have you here.
I'll be standing here like this.
Oh, it's okay. We can take up space.
Take up space.
We can take up space. So, first question for you, and it's probably one you're sick of answering, but it's one I'm sure is just kind of hanging about in the room anyway. How on earth does somebody go from racing cars to looking after the environment? Where does that transition even come from?
Yeah, I must say, when you were introducing me, that was quite a contrast there, from the emission-blowing Formula One driver to becoming involved in impact entrepreneurship. You know, so yes, I understand, but it's really about searching for more purpose in life. After my career as a sportsman, and I have 2 young daughters at home. They're 5 and 7. And I think that's really motivating me as well, to kind of be a good role model to them, show them a good way in life, and so that's why I'm also taking them along, you know, on my hand. So we did a big tree planting initiative where I took my daughter then with me, and we're planting trees together. I hopefully want to inspire them a little bit on this journey as well.
And how are they finding things like getting involved? Do you find that sometimes those like little magic moments with your daughters kind of inspires something else in the eco space for you?
Certainly, yeah, of course. You want to create that multiplier effect, you know, and the next generation is going to be so important. So I really hope that all of us do our part really to take the next generation along in this path. So
you're the founder of Green Tech Festival, which is an ecosystem of disruptive entrepreneurs in this space and innovation. So take this, lots of people, let's just think of it that way, this kind of thing, but loads and loads of people. What is your vision for the ocean innovation, and what are you especially excited about? Because you must see loads of innovations.
Yeah, so I co-founded the Green Tech Festival. We have 13,000 participants in Berlin every year, so it's very big. And it's bringing together all the different stakeholders, so from politics, NGOs, of course, large caps, government, as I said, startups, everything comes together. So it's like this, but times 100 probably. And that's been a very, very exciting journey. And in terms of what interests me most when it comes to ocean, probably plastic. That's something that I'm most interested in. That really touches me the most, and so those are the kind of projects that I've been supporting lately, and we'll come to some of those, I think, a little bit later, so I'll let you continue first.
So we have loads of innovators in the room, and loads of investors, and you may have just seen there's a lot of conversation in the back of the innovators' heads about how do I get this investment, what's important, what are you looking for? As an investor yourself, how do you identify and select some of these deals? What are the things that really spring out to you that say, that right there, that's what we need to go with?
Yeah, so Olivier, you have 100 million to deploy soon. so yeah, you need to raise them first, and then you're going to have them to deploy 100 million. That's quite a mission. So I do a lot of startup investing, and essentially the rule number 1 is you invest in the people, in the founding team, the founder, because it doesn't matter how good the idea is. If the founder is mediocre, it's never going to get to anything. And I've seen it so often that the initial idea is anyways completely different to then where the company goes in future. It will pivot so many times. And so it really comes down to the founding team. I think that's something that's commonly understood anyways, but I've seen it also, it's 100% the case. And then the second one is, of course, the market size, the potential market size, because potential market size equals potential impact. And so those are 2 very important criteria, I would say, when deciding on an investment.
I'm going to kind of push you a little bit further around the team, because we've heard a few people mention over the last few days the team's really important. Are there any particular qualities of the team that you say that's a standout quality that really pulls me in versus another organization?
Yeah, it depends. It can be quite varied. I mean, it can be the technological understanding of the problem, of the challenge. So it's the engineering CEO, or it can also be more of a storytelling CEO. Yeah, it really depends which spectrum. But if there's a storytelling CEO, it's very important that there's also someone below him who's like a tech genius. You know, it needs to always match very well, and needs to be complementary. Which one are you of those? From Vita Coral, probably. You're the storyteller.
I have much smarter people around me.
So you have super genius scientists within your team that you've picked and put together, huh? Exactly. So that works perfectly, and that's why you're such a such a big success now. But coming to corals, if I can touch on it, I went to the Maldives in 1997 with my parents, and we did a week of scuba diving. And I remember it because it's such a long ago, but as a young child, you remember the colors, the fish. It was really magical. And now, in 2021, so that's 24 years later, 23 years later, I went back to the Maldives. It was my first time back. And I take my daughter at the time, and we go with our snorkeling equipment. We go to the end of the pier, jump in, and I'm expecting to see the same as my memory from 1998, where I was a small child with my parents. And I jump in, and I promise you, like, the shock, it's just 100% gray. There was not a single color in the ocean. And I'm like, it was really like, what is going on here? It was unbelievable. Yes, of course, there's still a lot of beautiful fish, but the whole thing was gray. It was shocking. And that's why I think it's so cool what you're doing as well. And accelerating the growth of the corals by 50x is unbelievable because, of course, there's a challenge. They grow very slowly. So that's very, very cool. And in fact, the island where we were this year, called Vela in the Maldives, they have a huge coral regrowth initiative with 4 people working full-time. And it was beautiful to see how the corals are really like, they really have large plantations by now. It was really lovely to see, and that's a big benefit when you're snorkeling. It was beautiful. And not only the corals itself, but the fish that they attract. And it becomes a wonderful ecosystem which is redeveloped. It was lovely.
It's the personal stories that really get me, because I think we've all got some sort of relationship to the ocean. And especially when you can experience such a contrast, I guess that gives you even more motivation to continue to do the great work that you're doing. So during the lunch break that we're going to be having later on today, we'll be going to be hosting a tasting of plant-based shrimp from a company called Happy Foods. Can you tell us a little bit more about this innovation?
Yeah, so I don't know if you know the show Shark Tank or Dragon's Den in the UK. So I'm one of those. I'm a dragon or shark on the show in Germany. And here in come the founders. You never know what's coming. And your investor, they pitch you, and you have to decide do you invest or not. And you battle the other investors. And in come this startup called Happy Foods. And they did vegan shrimp. It's completely plant-based. And because that's going to be the next disruption. We've seen the meat industry being disrupted by Beyond Meat, by Impossible Foods, and next is going to be the fish industry. And so, yeah, they really got my attention because we know of the problem from shrimp. I mean, it's a huge issue. 80% of the plastic in the ocean is from fishing nets, and the shrimp farming, fishing also, it destroys the sea floors with the ocean floors with the trawling, destroys the seagrass. I think 30% of is byproduct, is dolphins, etc., that get caught in the net and just die on the way. And then further than that, there's also the microplastic issue that is within all the shrimp that we catch in the ocean, and of course also antibiotics in the shrimp farming. So it's all these problems that vegan shrimp can help to reduce. So I invested, and I'm looking forward to your feedback. You're going to get them at lunch. You can try our vegan shrimp. If you don't like them, please don't say so. Keep it to yourself.
Keep that to yourself.
But I'm sure you'll be quite impressed, actually.
So now I'm curious. Did you have to fight the other dragons for it?
Oh, it was a big fight. Yeah, it was a big fight. So that's what makes the show, essentially, is that battle with the other. When a cool startup comes in, everybody wants to jump on it. So you have to be very, very smart. And in the end, I had to partner up with one of them. So we co-invested. Otherwise, I risked losing it. So I had to partner up, and it worked out good.
So all that strategy from F1, it's come into play right here.
Makes a big difference.
It makes a huge difference. So that will be at lunchtime, and later on, the panel immediately after, that will be at this break, and immediately afterwards, we've got a few other organizations who are also looking into the different kind of food spaces. So, we get to taste some vegan shrimp.
And Olivier, we need to talk, because we have our next funding round coming up. We need to talk. There's 100 million to deploy, Olivier. I'm just kidding.
So you launched Roseburg Philanthropies, a word I really don't love having to say because it always twists my tongue up. Can you tell us a little bit more about the mission?
Yes, so I launched my own foundation recently, very exciting. And we're starting off with a big partnership with Oxford University. So what I'm doing is I am paying for the salaries for PhD alumni. And I am then placing those PhDs in enterprises, whether it's NGO or corporates, and they are going to be working on one of the biggest needs of that NGO or corporate. And in this example, I am placing a PhD from Oxford into the ocean cleanup, which is an NGO, one of the most famous NGOs in the world. It's unbelievable what they're doing. Because in the Pacific Ocean, because of the currents, there's a great Pacific garbage patch, it's called, and it's 3 times the size of France. And the ocean cleanup has developed a massive technological system where they are retrieving from the ocean, from the garbage patch, 100,000 kilograms per month. And soon the technology is going to be improved to reach up to 1 million kilograms per month. And the patch is 80 million kilograms. So it's going to take like 15 years or something, and he's going to clean up the whole Pacific Ocean from the plastic, which is really, I mean, it's unbelievable. And what I'm doing with the PhD student is he is a data analytics expert using artificial intelligence, and they have gathered so many samples from all their collecting over the past years, but they've never had the time really to perfect the analysis of those samples. So we're coming in with this PhD student, and he's going to analyze all the samples, and in effect then the learnings from that might result in a modification of the technology, because they might see that there's especially a large amount of a certain kind of fish of a certain kind of dimension, so let's put more sonar or more lighting systems that deter that kind of fish on the technology. And so this is the work that the PhD student is going to do now, and I'm sure it's going to have a big impact, and so that's the kind of work that we're doing with our foundation.
And you mentioned a little bit about the work with Oxford University. Where do you see those sorts of partnerships with universities kind of fitting into our climate change agenda in really accelerating some of the work that a lot of people in this room and yourself are doing?
It's very easy. I mean, universities have to be at the table all the time because the smartest people in the world are there. And they're ready to go, you know, ready to have impact. And I can see that now with the work that I'm doing with Oxford. It's unbelievable how clever these students are. I think it's going to be really powerful. So universities have a very, very important role to play.
And why did you start the foundation? I mean, you're doing great work anyway. You've got Green Tech Festival. What was the thinking behind starting a foundation as well? It's
Searching for a passion also. I really hope that I'll come to a point with the foundation that I'll get up every morning, I'll be like, wow, I can't wait to get going and create more impact, which is today not 100% the case yet. I'm still exploring and looking for those passions, but I hope to find them more and more. Because I stopped my racing 6 years ago, and I had not thought of anything else apart from driving fast in a circle until then, you know, and I was 31 years old, so it's been 6 years of opening my eyes, looking around, and just searching for different ways.
I mean, in 6 years, you've dived in fully, excuse the pun, I mean, we're talking about oceans. I mean, you've achieved an incredible amount in as short as 6 years, and in a completely different industry and sector. What's your big vision for where you see this going? Because you're clearly not thinking small.
Me?
Yes.
So me, I would be super happy if in 10 years there's some measurable kind of impact that I have generated with all my entrepreneurship, something that's measurable, which we're getting towards, but that's kind of the vision. And then hopefully I come back to my children as well. I hope I inspired my kids along the way. That's very important for me. And maybe that we find some common passions on this journey that I can do with my kids, like the tree replanting that we did and more of that. That would be lovely. Or maybe some coral redevelopments together, something like that.
Loads of examples of what that could be in the room. So this particular event is very much about collaboration. It's about pulling people from hand-selected individuals to come together and create a forum for conversation to move a lot of very innovative projects together. If there was one word of inspiration that you could leave for those who are in the room today and who are involved in innovation, innovative projects that impact the ocean, what would that be?
No, I don't want to be here and preach. What I can say is I think it's good if all of us try and spend a little bit of time on these kind of topics, on these impactful topics, and find our own way. And I think that's very valuable already in our own capacity.
Nico, it has been an absolute pleasure speaking with you. Ladies and gentlemen, please give him a warm round of applause.
Thank you very much.
Nico Rosberg, thank you as well. To you, Lovelda, for that great moderation of those two panels and that fireside chat. Let's give her a round of applause. And we're going to take a little photo while Olivier and Nikki are taking a photo, having their photo shoot. It's time for all of us now to have a 30-minute coffee break. We'll start back up again about 11:45 with a look at sustainability in seafood as we get ready for that lunch with the happy food. Have a great break. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please start moving back into the house? We're going to start our next session of this Ocean Innovators platform. If everyone can start moving in from the coffee break, come back and take your seats. We'll be able to get underway with our next session. Everyone, please start moving into the room. We're going to get underway in about 2 minutes' time. Test. Ladies and gentlemen, can you please come in to the house? We're about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, if you could just finish up your coffee and head into the house, it's almost time for our next session in this Ocean Innovators platform. Ladies and gentlemen, if everyone could come in and please take your seats, we are about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please move into the house, take a seat, and we are about to begin our next panel on sustainable seafood. Mesdames et messieurs, s'il vous plaît, si vous voulez bien venir dans la salle, nous allons commencer dans 1 minute. On attend votre retour pour commencer. All right, welcome back, everyone. Can I please have your attention, please? Ladies and gentlemen. If we bring it down in this room, it'll bring everybody else in. And ladies and gentlemen in the back, please, if you'd come in, we are about to begin. Actually, I have an idea. I'm going to say 3 and everybody applaud. That'll bring them in. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you all got a chance to talk about our sessions this morning, have a quick snack. Our next session is a perfect one to fall right between the coffee break and lunch. This one is focusing on growing opportunities in sustainable seafood. Now, this panel will be moderated once again by Lavelle de Vincenzi. Joining her on stage now, would you please welcome Carrie Chan from Avant Meats, Ofik Ron from Plantish, Dan Watson from Safety Net Tech, and Natalie Gartman from Pegasus. Up to you.
Thank you so much. I'm back. Yeah, look at me making it all about me when it's literally got nothing at all to do with me. Welcome back, folks. Hope you're having had a really great break. And in the lead up to lunch, it kind of feels right to talk about food. What do you reckon? Some of you are interested. The rest of you are like, nah. Too hungry, can't be bothered. So this session here, we're really going to dive into seafood production and consumption and explore innovative ways that we can affect the seafood supply chain for both delicious and sustainable seafood. Now, we've got some really creative, very creative solutions in the space of seafood. Carrie, I want to start with you from Avant. You have a very unique solution that addresses the issue of sustainable seafood. Tell us more about lab-grown fish, please.
Thank you very much. Nice to meet you all. Carrie here, founder and CEO of Avant. We are Asia's first cultivated fish company. I would try to change the vocab a little bit. Lab-grown is not very appetizing, so the industry tried to move it to something more appetizing. So we are a biotech startup. We use stem cell and tissue engineering approaches to produce the muscles, the protein of fish that we want, but in the process, we do not need to slaughter the fish. So just a reference, if you may have heard about bioprinting cornea, or people have the skin burns, then the doctor will pick some cell from the patient, grow it, and then put it back. So DNA-wise, it's the same. Basically, the science behind it existed for almost like half a century and is very well proven. The question back, I think, about 10 years ago is that why couldn't we use this to produce meat, which is more efficient? We don't have animal cruelty, and in the case of seafood, no pollutants as well as no microplastic. So we have the technology to produce food fish fillet, fish maw for Asian market, as well as using the same technology to produce active skincare ingredient. So that's what we are now doing and scaling up and building our pilot plant in Singapore.
What an innovative way to look at seafood. So for those people who don't like looking at the whole fish because you don't want to see the head, no need here. It doesn't exist in that space. Ofik, you are also in the seafood space creating food, but it's not coming from the fish. There's no fish protein because it's plant-based. Tell us more.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you, everyone, for having us. I'm Ofik. I'm the co-founder and CEO at Plantish, and we have created the first salmon fillet, which made entirely out of plants, and it cooks and grills just like the real things. Some of you have tasted it yesterday, Carrie as well, and that's the picture of, that's the video that can show you the product. It actually mimics the texture and the structure of the fish fillet. And with that, we hope for you to enjoy fish while having the ocean thrive. And that's the main purpose we created this. Thanks.
So 2 different approaches to fish, which brings me nicely on to you, Dan. Yesterday, we heard about some of the challenges when it comes to sustainably catching fish. At Safety Net Technologies, you're doing a lot of stuff to look at how that's done better. Can you tell us a bit more?
Sure. Thanks for having me too. I'm Dan Watson, one of the co-founders. We build sustainable fishing technologies to go into traditional fishing industries. So it's not the sexiest industries, but it's still an important one in terms of providing fish. And it's obviously very different from my co-panelists here. And all the work that we do is about making fishing more sustainable. So we've had decades of fishing that was pretty unsustainable, but technology has improved and attitudes have changed towards how we make fish sustainable from the oceans, and a plentiful supply of protein for people who need to eat it. So the work that we do fits into existing fishing approaches, and it either measures, observes, or fixes elements of them, responds to problems. Some of that is around bycatch reduction, so catching fish more cleanly and not catching the wrong fish. And other parts of it are things like putting cameras in the gear to understand how the technology is working and where it needs to be changed and fixed, so you can actually see what's working and what isn't, which is new, because a lot of the time these fishing gears go under the water and people don't know how they work. So part of the first step of the problem is understanding the issue, and then you can start to solve it.
So 3 very different approaches. If you must fish, let's do it more sustainably. If you want a different way of consuming fish, let's look at the proteins and produce the same thing. And if you're plant-based but want a little sample of that fish-type environment, then it allows you to kind of balance your diet a little bit more. Natalie, Pegasus Capital Advisors is on a mission to change private equity investing. Can you tell us some of the work that you're doing in the seafood space, please?
Yeah, and thanks for the question, and thanks for the invitation. It's great to be here. So my name is Natalie. I'm the ESG and Impact Lead at Pegasus. Just briefly about Pegasus, for those who don't know us, we are an impact investing firm based in the US. We were founded in 1996 by our CEO, Craig Hoggett, who was also one of the co-founders of Apollo Management, so one of the largest private equity firms globally. He left Apollo to found Pegasus, which is better aligned with his mission and vision. And as some of you heard yesterday, Pegasus is the investment manager of the Global Fund for Coral Reefs. The Global Fund for Coral Reefs consists of 2 funding mechanisms. One is the commercial private equity fund that Pegasus is managing, and then we also have the grant fund, which is managed by our UN colleagues, that also features a technical assistance facility. The objective of the Global Fund for Coral Reefs is to benefit coastal communities and coral reef habitat in developing countries and emerging markets. And in this context, I think it's important to note that 40% of the global fish catch actually comes from small-scale fishers. So compared to, and all of these fish is actually for human consumption, so either in local markets or in export-oriented markets. So that's in comparison, or in contrast to the industrial fishing, which also uses a lot of the catch for animal feed. Now, talking about these small-scale fishers, we're talking about almost 500 million of people whose livelihoods depend on fishery, and 90-70%, so almost all of them live, eat, and work in developing countries, and we also know that these countries are the ones that will be most impacted or already are impacted by the consequences of climate change. So with the Global Fund for Coral Reefs, we try to address unsustainable fishing practices by investing into the stressors of the coral reefs, which is overfishing, for instance, in addition to ecotourism and waste management. So that's in a nutshell.
I mean, the nut is big. There's a lot of stuff in there. Speaking of overfishing, Dan, can you bring to life some of the work that you're doing? Do you have some examples of how you're really helping to make seafood much more sustainable for us to capture and eat, so we're in a much healthier place?
Yeah, absolutely, thanks. So we have rules and regulations around fishing, which should put them in balance, right? So we have quotas that should be adhered to and allow people to catch sustainably within the bounds of the ocean's ability to provide. And one of the issues that we have at the moment is poorly functioning equipment in the fishing space. So there are elements of luck involved, there are elements of good practice involved, but what we build are systems that mean that within those regulated systems, you catch what you're supposed to, you avoid the rest. So one example is Pisces, which is a light-emitting technology, goes into fishing gears, can be used to attract and repel different species so that you're catching the ones that you're targeting and not the ones that you don't want to catch. And it's also making existing bycatch reduction technologies more effective. So if you have a camera to see if the technologies you're applying are working effectively, you can tweak them to make them as good as they possibly can be. But if you're fishing blindly, it's basically impossible. So you mentioned small-scale fisheries. Likewise, working with small-scale fishers, how can you make sure that those communities are provided for by catching only the right fish in the right quantities? And that's what we work to do.
The right fish in the right quantities in various different avenues. Ofek, I didn't have the pleasure of tasting plantish yesterday. So for those of us, others in the room who perhaps are now thinking, missed it, can you bring it to life a little bit more for us as well? I mean, we saw a little bit of imagery, but does it exist? Can I go and buy it right now? When can I expect to find it? Where are you expecting to kind of start selling?
Great. So the company exists for 2 years. We just finished to build our factory, got Ministry of Health approval, and in a few months you'll be able to taste it in a few restaurants in Israel and in New York. But I want you to imagine a world when you can actually go to any seafood restaurant and any fish you like to order, it can be plant-based and you won't have to compromise on anything. You're actually going to eat the most sustainable fish possible. And that's the future we're working on. And I believe that this is the only way that we can keep eating fish and still keeping enough fish in the ocean. And that's what I want you to come from this, that this is the future we all should fight for. And that's what we're doing.
So I love the idea of plant-based seafood because for me, I mean, we spoke about this in advance. The cost of salmon is ridiculous nowadays. And so sometimes maybe I might want to balance it out a little bit and get something plant-based as well as for my diet. But I can't see myself totally giving up fish. So Carrie, seeing as I can't see myself completely giving fish up, I'm just being honest, I'm one of them people, I'm always going to want a little bit of fish in my life. Can you tell us a little bit more about the process behind Avan and put me maybe at a little bit more ease? Because on the one hand, I'm like, well, this sounds like a great idea. On the other hand, there's a little piece of me, I'm not going to lie, that's thinking, is it safe? Is it okay for me to eat?
Yeah, definitely. So the process goes like this. We use biopsy to pick some cells from any animal. Indeed, the technology can work on beef, chicken, etc. We focus on Asian market and 60-70% is consumed there. So that's why we focus on fish. So we pick the cell from the animal and let it adapt to living outside of animal bodies. And once it's adapted, we call it cell line. It can be frozen at a very low temperature. And when we need to produce, we take it back from that frozen temperature and put it into a bioreactor. And we feed them the food that we human beings would need to consume, like nutrients such as glucose, amino acid, vitamins, minerals, everything in a very pure form, as well as using purified water to dissolve that so that the cell can absorb and then they can continue to do the cellular activity. So everything happens inside a sterilized and very clean environment. So to be honest, it will be imagined that it's no bacteria and virus that get into there because anything that get into the process will basically stop the process. So compared with the conventional way of processing food, indeed, we do see a higher level of hygiene or safety there. So that is one aspect. The other is about the regulation. So this is, although this method is very straightforward, but indeed it's a new method of making food. So governments such as the US and Singapore, they put in place very rigorous process. So we need to give them a lot of safety data about the cell kind of genetic stability and everything, and make sure that it is safe to be consumed in the long term before we can actually launch it in the market. So I think both the way of production as well as the regulation will make sure that consumer, general public will be able to consume it in a very safe way.
That's so reassuring because as soon as it comes to anything that one's consuming, it's almost as if the consumer mind goes, oh, it didn't come from, it wasn't natural, but it sounds like the process itself is a very natural process. It's just outside of the organism in the way that we'd anticipate it being. Natalie, you referred a little bit to some of the investment opportunities that Pegasus has. Can you tell us a little bit more about what those funds look like and how they really have an impact on sustainable seafood?
Yeah, I'm happy to give a concrete example. So at Global Fund for Corals, we are still at early stage, so we're building pipeline, we're fundraising, but in general, our investment criteria, and that applies to the sustainable fishing sector as well. We invest equity, and the ticket size is between 5 and 75 million. So that's mid-sized. Our target internal rate of return for investments is above 15%, so it's also very commercial. So, of course, if I mention the small-scale fishers, we are not, with that scale, not investing into one of the small-scale fisher. What we typically would look into is the processors and the traders. So one of the examples my colleagues have been working on, it's an octopus processor and trader in Indonesia. So they basically buy the fish from the local fishermen and then they process it and they sell it. So that's the business model. We also work with them to think about how we can create value-added products in order to increase the margin. So instead of just selling the octopus, also thinking about actually we can chop and marinate and package the octopus and sell it at a higher margin. And obviously that should then also benefit back the fisher associations and the fishermen. Now, since we work with the processors, it's very important that they have a good relation and strong relationship with the local fishermen, the small-scale fishers. And we also look into how we can help to improve the fishing practices. So, for instance, working with the local fishermen on fishery improvement programs to assess the stock, but then also to rebuild the fish stocks and think about the practices that they use and the techniques, the gear, ensuring that they have enough ice when they go fish so that they don't lose the catch across the supply chain. And then also on the monitoring and traceability side, so in this investment, we installed monitoring tools, GPS, in order to monitor and trace the catch. And this monitoring tool, it also includes an emergency button, so when the fishermen are out in the sea and there is an emergency, they have the ability to call for help. So there's also this safety component. So I think it's, as an impact investor, we really look across the supply chain to ensure that we also build these capacities with the small-scale fisher, with the NGOs working with them in order to ensure that the consumer at the end has a sustainable fish product.
It's beautiful that you're looking at the full ecosystem rather than simply looking at just at the organization where the investment is going, but what's the ecosystem that feeds that organization as well. And I guess it's a useful thing for others in the room to be thinking about in terms of their supply chain as well. You also mentioned margins, Natalie, and that gets me thinking, anytime we think investment and new solutions, you know what's coming, folks. Food is not known as an industry in general where the margins are particularly large. So with that to be the case, I'll start with you, Carrie. Can you share more about the commercials and the scalability sort of opportunity in the space of creating seafood that isn't from the sea?
Yeah, so that's a very good question. Because the technology borrowed from medical field, so a lot of the thing to begin with is very expensive. So without any R&D cost reduction, it can be few thousand US dollar per kilogram of the end product. And so one of the cost driver is the nutrient that we feed to the cells. As I mentioned, even though glucose can be cheap, but using GMP grade is very expensive, so and so forth. And some of the expensive component, we need to replace that by non-animal based, plant-based, and lower cost. So we have done very, very successfully 90+ percentage cost reduction. However, when we do our strategy, we, as I have shown, we do have 3 products. So they go from high margin, for example, the fish maw. I don't know if you have heard about fish maw. It's an ingredient in Asia that is the swim bladder of certain species of fish that has actually endangered 3 fish species, Bahaba, Totaba, Vaquita, and that can actually fetch over a few hundred to $1,000 per kilogram. So our strategy is to diversify or de-risk our go-to-market by starting with some higher kind of price product and then to more mass market product and lower margin, for example, the fish fillet, as well as we're using a non-food application to actually de-risk the go-to-market. The regulation actually just came about a couple of years ago. Before that, we didn't know whether and how and when we'll be able to start commercializing. So that's the reason we have different margins product and also different kind of market size of product in the portfolio.
So a real diversified approach. Ofek, we've already spoken about the price of salmon. How does Plantish compare, and how does that affect your commercial viability?
Great. So in plants, the life is easier in that. Already the ingredients for us are less than $3 per kilo, and when we scale up the facility, it should go down to $2 per kilo. So it's quite easy for us to be in price parity with salmon and even be more competitive. Also, the salmon and many fish species are going to go up in price because of supply. And we think that our solution is going to be very competitive in that area.
So because, in some ways, because the price of salmon and certain other fishes is going up, it actually gives you a little bit of an advantage in terms of your pricing.
Definitely.
So you got low costs and high. So forget the margin thing when it comes to OFAC. It doesn't apply.
It's not software though, right? It's food.
It is food. In the fishing space, Dan, how do you commercialize what you're doing? Because you've got large-scale fishes, and then you've got, as we've already mentioned, the kind of smaller, sustainable kind of fishes. How do you circle that square?
Yeah, I think it probably needs to draw a line between, I'd say large-scale fishes versus small-scale fisheries. They are different, but they have some of the same issues, right? So even large-scale fisheries need to operate in a way that actually works. So we create tools that makes fishing more sustainable, better, longer lasting, catching the right things. And there are sustainability elements that in our mission we look to succeed with. And there are business-focused elements that fishing companies look to succeed with in their own margins, right? So you mentioned margins, it transfers across all sectors. So there are benefits to using our equipment from all those different sides. And so while we can show that there is then less impact on the seabed or more biodiversity retained in different fishing operations, the fishing industry can see reductions in costs across their fishing operations as well, and better fishing activities. I guess I'd also add in that if you look at a fishery like, for instance, the pollock fishery in the US, this is a fishery that feeds hundreds of millions of people all around the world and is very sustainably managed. To say commercial fishing is like unsustainable, I think speaks to the fisheries that are outside of regulations and quotas. It's a very diverse sector, and there are some fisheries which are provably sustainable and very effective in doing that. And so there is a portfolio approach to how we supply protein to people in the future, which includes cell-based, includes plant-based, to supply a large population in the world that's growing. And so there are ways of making sure that we're doing that effectively and sustainably, and it will have to be a communal approach to it.
Afek, do you have something to add?
Yeah, just coming back, when the sales of salmon will be in price parity, we will be more than happy to integrate them into our product. We're very much supportive of what you do.
So it's not a one-size-fits-all or we need multiple strings to this bow in order for it to work effectively. Natalie, you mentioned earlier about the margins. Often we think impact investing, not so much money. It appears that you found a different approach that means that we can have impact and commercials working really in tandem with each other.
Yeah, it's actually, I think it's funny because so the Global Fund for Coral Reefs, it's the largest blended finance initiative dedicated to SDG 14. And with blended finance, we are often perceived as being non-competitive or non-commercial, which is not true. You heard what our target return is. And also we know it's absolutely essential that we are commercial in order to catalyze more capital towards these markets where we operate, so emerging markets and developing countries. Just briefly on the blended finance structure. So the Global Fund for Coral Reefs, it's blended in many ways. The investment fund has a junior tranche, first loss from the Green Climate Fund. So the Green Climate Fund, for those who are not familiar, it's the largest multilateral fund dedicated to climate change mitigation and adaptation in developing countries. So they provide the first loss, which is subordinated, which basically means all the other investors, so the senior investors, they get their money and return back first. So it's a very attractive de-risking element, and there's also benefits on the upside scenario, but I'm not going to go through that calculation. But the idea is, again, to catalyze more capital, and particularly emerging markets and developing countries. It's scary for a lot of people. A lot of investors haven't done it. So we believe that this blended finance approach basically provides the right risk mitigation tools for investors that are interested, that also see developing countries, emerging markets, where we can really have this social and environmental impact, so also from the additionality perspective. I just want to add on the blended element, we also blend grants and equity, so investment. So as I mentioned, we have a grant fund run by our UN colleagues. It includes a technical assistance facility, which basically it's grants, and it basically serves to overcome any deficiency that we see as an investor to make an investment bankable or investable. So also particularly on the social and environmental safeguard side, we can use the grant money to help our investees in the sustainable fishing sector to adopt the food safety standards that are needed, to adopt sustainable fishing practices and so on.
A very, very holistic approach there, indeed. So regulation, we know, plays an incredible role in food and fisheries. We can't kind of run and hide from them. Dan, does this present an opportunity or a risk, do you think, for your business?
It's a massive opportunity. So I think it's very encouraging to see how things are changing, right? High Seas Treaty, awesome. Like, let's get more regulation that's sensibly leveraged at the ocean. And consumer pushback as well. It's not just regulation, it's the consumers asking for more from the fishing sector, and that gets translated into the regulation that applies the rules and levers that we need to see change. And ultimately, we want change to happen. We need ways to make that incentivized, and regulation can be a big part of that. The other side is the business upside and actually doing better business and fishing better in general. But the other side of that, again, is things like illegal fishing. Regulation plays a huge part in how we start to minimize the impact of that as well, hopefully more so with time. So for us, it leaves a big space where people need to solve problems which are in the interests of the world and the population. And we are helping by supplying those tools to try and fix those problems. So it's a massive leap forward for us in terms of engagement with our communities.
So the regulation is a help and a great tailwind. Carrie, do you agree? Given the nature of your business, is regulation a help or a hindrance?
I think it's very important that we have the regulation, because I think it's important for general public to be sure that there's an independent third party who actually go into our process, investigate and review all of our, step by step and the product before it can be offered to consumers. It actually helped the industry to gain, the general public kind of assurance and, level of confidence, as you have mentioned earlier.
So it's a great tailwind. Afek, are you going to agree or disagree? Is this going to be the first time that somebody goes, no, the regulation is a pain, waiting for that?
I think that the regulation authorities are doing a bad job, because we cannot eat today cell-based food almost anywhere in the world besides Singapore. And I think the mission is so important, and I would want the regulator to be more flexible and bring us the food. In plant-based, though, they're doing a better job, because we don't have any novel materials in our product, and our innovation is mainly in the mechanics. We actually created new mechanism that can create fish fillet from plants like you build a Lego. So we build it layer by layer, and thanks God the regulation is not very interested in that. They just want to make sure that you eat food which is food grade, materials that someone else is already offering in the market. So we don't have issues. We already got approved by Ministry of Health in Israel, and we're on the way to be registered in the FDA. And it looks like quite easy in our end. But I wish that it will be the same for the cell-based companies, and that you can eat all of the alternative proteins available.
So, mixed bag there, helping in some regards, not helping in others.
I don't need them, that's why I can be...
You're like, I get to run fast because the regulators aren't, the food side of things, so long as I'm using materials that are already signed off, it's actually a lot faster to move. And in other areas, it can be a little bit slower. From an investment perspective, Natalie, how do you see regulations impacting the investment space as it relates to seafood?
Yeah, so obviously our context is a bit different since we operate in emerging economies and developing countries where often there are weak regulations or weak enforcement of these regulations. My colleague Dale, he was speaking on a panel here yesterday and talked about this governance issue, and we very much believe that we need investments go hand in hand with governance and regulations, and how we address it in the Global Fund for Coral Reefs. So we have this multi-stakeholder approach. So for each of our investment, we conduct stakeholder consultations, meaning that we engage with local governments, with local fishing communities, because in the end, the small-scale fisher, they own the fisheries. It's where they live, but also it's their livelihoods and their income that they depend on. So obviously, everything that we need to enforce to ensure sustainable fish stocks and to keep the biodiversity alive or to rebuild fish stocks, we need to engage with them. So we've seen that some instruments work well if embedded correctly, such as no-take zones, because in the long term, the fishermen, they also see how it rebuilds the fish stocks and biodiversity, which is beneficial for everyone.
It looks like you at Pegasus are kind of sitting between sort of working with the regulators as well as working with the fishermen, as well as working from an investment space. It's quite a broad perspective. Dan, I could see you had something to add as well.
It was mainly around the stakeholder approach. I think technology is not a magic bullet. It can do things that are useful, but engaging with stakeholders, putting plans in place and making sure people know what they're aiming for is obviously a key part of that too. And that's how you make the most change, right? I don't know if it's the same for you guys, but certainly in fishing communities and stuff, that's how you affect actual change.
Yeah, you've got to involve the whole stakeholder environment. Did you have something else to add there as well? I was just checking because I was like, he's ready to go. We are going to come to questions in a moment. I've got one more question from the panel. I'm just letting you know. So, get those in the back of your mind. It's also so we can make sure that the mic runners are ready to go. I'm just going to cut to it and ask the exact question. These approaches that you have to go from seafood to plate are in some ways incredibly revolutionary, or at least game-changing in their nature. How can people in the audience get involved, learn more, connect deeper with the work that you've got going on? Ofek, I'll start with you.
So we want you to engage with us. First of all, if you know any chefs in the US or in Israel that would like to serve plant-based salmon, come and tell us. And if you have any particular fish that you think we should go next with, we'll be happy to hear. But anyway, the most important, go to our Instagram account, Plantish Seafood, and put a follow.
Can do that one straight away. Dan, what about you? How can people engage more with safety net technologies?
Well, I have some of our technology with us. So if you'd like to see that, I can show you it in person. We also have a website you can go to, find us online, and any of the social media accounts as well. But I think also, frankly, we want to get this stuff out on trial in different places. If you have connections with people in fisheries for some reason, or regulators or others, then those are people we'd like to speak with, or in the supply chain. And finally, we have a funding round open, so we're always open to talking about how you can help change the future of seafood from the ocean, and help maintain it in a healthy way. So that conversation is front of mind.
Lots of opportunities there. Natalie, lots of opportunities with Pegasus. What is the best way for people to connect? Dare I say you may well be inundated by the end of this, but hey-ho.
Yeah, many ways. So if you're an investor that is interested in learning more about blended finance, emerging markets, developing countries, and sustainable fishing, then please reach out. And also, of course, we're building pipelines, so any solutions, companies that are addressing unsustainable fishing practices, that's also interesting to us. And then, as mentioned, this since we pursue a multi-stakeholder approach on the monitoring, evaluation side, we are very much aligned with science. So we want to make sure that our impact in the end has also benefits for coastal communities, for the reef habitats. And also we engage a lot with more on the government level, so national, but also local government level, to ensure everything is aligned with policies and priorities of a country or community.
I really don't think you left anybody off that list. So everybody, basically, she's interested in having a conversation. Carrie, what about you? What's the best way for people to sort of learn more and get involved?
Right. There are. Thank you for the question. There are three. Similarly, we have a funding round opening. So look forward to interact with a sustainably minded and aligned investor in this space. Second is that we have a product which is have a patent already, which is a new polypeptide, marine polypeptide that is ocean friendly. So we would like to work with brands to come up with exciting new product for that skincare active ingredient. Last but not least, welcome to visit Singapore, our pilot plant end of this year. We look for JV partners throughout the world. Indeed, the technology can be plug and play to other places. So fish that you would not imagine having here in this region, you can actually grow here in the backyard of your company, of your garden. So we look for JV partner to develop plants and in different parts of the world.
Lots of exciting opportunities on the stage, and I'm sure there's lots of interesting questions from the audience. So I'm opening the questions up now. Who'd like to go first? Hands, fast, right here at the front, middle row in the middle in the middle row. That makes sense. You know what I mean. Hello, sir. Can you let us know your name and where you're from as well?
Yeah, my name is Daniel Hoofd. I run a company called Kelp Blue, growing seaweed at the moment in Namibia. So, as often, I guess, partly statement, but I do have a question. One is that it's a remarkable panel with quite different visions, because we live in an age where marine ecosystems have been degraded to an incredible extent, and then we say, if we maintain the state they're at the moment, let's call that sustainable. And I don't think that's good enough. So I think that's a food for reflection for all of us. But my question, which is related to that vision that I think Ofek and Carrie are sketching, which is one in which we can leave the oceans at peace, is around what Ofek was talking about with price parity of what Carrie is doing. So my question is, what does it take to get you to price parity?
Ooh, Carrie, what does that take?
We target to reach, for seafood, interestingly, we have a range of price. So for us, for example, a grouper, we are working on the cost reduction curve, giving us about 2025, 2026 will be price parity on the cost of goods sold. Of course, we would like to further benefit from the economy of scale so that the margin could be better. But ultimately, for other more mass market and lower selling price of fish product, we look at 2030, around that time. So that is what we're working towards.
Thank you. Any other questions in the room? We've got two. So the gentleman in the green shirt, and then the lady on the other side on the right with the. Yeah, the microphones are coming. There's another one. There'll be one coming to you as well.
Or
hello,
ladies
sir.
first, if you want. Go ahead. Okay. My name is Nico. I co-run a non-profit based in Biarritz, France. It's called Waves of Change, and we work towards a more collaborative sustainability. My question goes mainly to Dan regarding your safety nets. Many of the fisheries, they have economic issues. What are the main incentives for them to adopt new practices, essentially, beyond maybe economic incentives? I don't know.
Thanks for the question. This is on, right? Yeah, there we go. Thank you for the question. So the mixture of incentives, so there are the economic ones, which are around better business, so avoiding catching the wrong fish, better use of the fishing equipment, less wear and tear. things that add up and make a change to a business. But there are all the sustainability benefits. It's like actually having fishing stocks that will last into the future that you can continue to catch. Because at the moment, if we continue to overfish, those will degrade and eventually, in all likelihood, disappear. So it's about managing fish stocks properly, so that the point that was raised by Dan just now around not retaining sustainability but trying to actually improve are things that we have to work with. But the first thing you have to be able to do is manage them properly as fish stocks. And most of the equipment that we're making is to enable that management to be effective. Understand what's actually going on, categorize it, and then see how the route to improvement can be used. So there's a big data collection element to this as well, which is understanding how to change them for the better. And in the fishing business, there are elements that will add up over time to cost reductions and other things that mean implementation makes sense. I don't know if that directly answers your question.
Maybe just to add to that, because it also it's about like breaking this vicious cycle, right? Like fishermen, they overfish, then they have less fish, they have less quality fish, so they need to even exploit more the oceans. So it's about breaking this vicious cycle, and sustainable practices can help to overcome this and actually prove nice results, not only economically, but also socially and environmentally. So once you manage sustainably, you get higher quality fish that you can sell at higher prices. But of course, then you also have to write environmental and social safeguards in place as well to meet the requirements. And consumer preferences are changing, right? Like consumer more and more, they want to have sustainable and also traceable fish. But I think in general, it's a win-win. There is no trade-off if we do it right, which is nice.
Fantastic. Thank you for the question. Yes, what's your name?
Hi, I'm Meg from Oceanborn Foundation in Madrid. I'm curious, for those of you that work with swimming fish, on this topic of sustainable seafood, how do you justify working with carnivorous and higher trophic species? You mentioned, for example, working with octopus. And I understand that you can capture it in a less harmful way, but it is a species with a 3-to-1 conversion ratio, and its diet is all fish and seafood that's suitable for human consumption. So when we consider not just environmental goals, but also development goals like food security, like how do you justify working with those higher trophic species when there's plant-based, lower trophic, other options out there, and where do you see kind of the future in that direction?
Great question.
Kind of a tough one, but...
Don't all rush at once, panel. Go on, Natalie.
It's a difficult question, right? We also look into the fish species that basically are on the high value side, and that's also aligned with consumer preferences. So what consumers demand, and then the willingness for them to pay. But we do look at different fish species, and once we look at the company, we assess what's, for instance, the fish stock to ensure we are not going into an overfished area where the fish species is overfished, and also to ensure that it's managed sustainably, as I mentioned. So I think there are these safeguards in place, and then also we look at, for instance, seaweed products as well, who can substitute fish, right? So it's a nascent sector, but we're looking into this as well to diversify.
Fantastic. Anything to add from anybody?
I think that it's our work to make the businesses profitable enough to get funding, not only from impact investors, but from any investor. And in the end, when the solutions which are the most sustainable will be the most profitable, we'll not sit here, right? We'll have a better world. And we're working on that. Thank you. Didn't expect that.
Carrie, did you have something
to add?
Well,
my thought is that there are many solutions, so the world is not like a 1 and 0, right? So it's just like we have email, we have telegram still, we still have handwritten letters and probably not much pigeons. But I think there are this kind of thing will still exist, and I agree that one of the solutions has to become more convenient and more making sense commercially, everything. Then I think the market will move to that primarily, but still the other solution will still be there in our life.
Super. I think we've got time for one more question if there's another one in the room. No? Just as well, because I was just told I don't have time for one more question. So I guess you guys knew before I knew, so we're all on the same page. Can we give a warm round of applause again to Carrie, Natalie, Dan, and Ophir? You're welcome.
Thank you so much again to you, Lavelde. Thank you again to Lavelde, and thank you again to all our panelists for that panel on sustainable seafood. Coming up this afternoon, we're going to be focusing on the challenges of keeping shipping sustainable. We'll take a closer look at innovations in coastal infrastructure. We'll have an in-depth talk with the co-founder and co-CEO of NUTPLA, Rodrigo Garcia Gonzalez, and we'll end the day with some words from Prince Albert II. But as for now, you guessed it, it's time for the lunch break. And in keeping with that sea to plate theme we just heard, you are about to get a special tasting of plant-based shrimp by Happy Foods. Bon appétit, and we'll see you back here at 2 p.m. C'est bon, ok. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope everyone's enjoyed their lunch break. Could you all please start making your way into the house so we can get our afternoon session underway for this Ocean Innovators platform. Ladies and gentlemen, if you can hear me, could you please finish up your coffees and start heading into the house so we can get our next session underway in just a few minutes' time. Thanks. Hello. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. If all of you in the back could start moving your way into the house, we're going to get our afternoon session underway for this Ocean Innovators platform. Ladies and gentlemen, please start making your way into the house so we can get underway. Hi, everyone. If you could all start moving into the house and take a seat, we're about to start our next session. Oh, hello, Lavelda's here. Everyone be like Lavelda. Moving on in. Come on. We're going to start in just 2 minutes' time. I know it's hard to pull yourselves away from the beautiful sun, but we have an amazing couple of sessions coming up. Ah, Olivier, bravo. Bon exemple. All right, welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to this second half of day 2 of the Ocean Innovators platform. Welcome as well to everyone who is joining us online at home. Remember, you can all ask your questions at the end of each panel, either in person or via the platform if you're online. Just a reminder to all of you, wherever you are, you can post, tweet, whatever you want about all of the incredible things that we're talking about today with the hashtag MOW23. You're also more than welcome to tag the Prince Albert II of Monaco Foundation to try and help promote this event. And speaking of the Prince, His Serene Highness, Prince Albert II, will be here with us this afternoon at the end of the day around 5:30 p.m. In the meantime, it's time for our next panel. This one is going to focus on shipping. Now, shipping is an industry that's responsible for the transportation of around 90% of world trade. Its emissions, however, account for almost 3% of all emissions in the world and are steadily rising. To focus now on the challenges of how best to go green on the seas, we're going to welcome our panelists, Johannes Bogdalovsky from CH4, Daniel Southcott from Veer, Miguel Navalon from Navlandis, and Sebastian Heitman from Extantia Capital. This session will be moderated by Impact and ESG investing professional, Desiree Fixler. Let's welcome them. So you guys sit anywhere. Perfect. Thank you so much. I'm really looking forward to this session. We had a call, and we had such an interesting, lively debate. As this session has been introduced, we're going to talk about the challenges of greening the shipping industry. What can we do to decarbonize it? And we're going to hear from our panelists about technological solutions and support for technological solutions on achieving net zero in shipping. I'm going to briefly introduce everybody. In the first part, we'll just hear about their amazing companies. And the second part, we're going to focus on some challenges, on the challenges and hurdles to scale and make an impact. So Danielle Southcott is the founder of Veer, and it's a clean shipping and energy company that intends to launch the first clean container ship across the ocean. We also have Johannes, who has created CH4 with the vision of creating economic opportunity while maximizing impact, continuing to focus on the ocean. We have Miguel Navalon. He's the CEO of Navlandis, a startup with a strong R&D component focused in the logistics sector that dreams of a more efficient and sustainable transport and maritime sector. And then finally, we have Sebastian Heitman. Sebastian is the co-founder of Extantia Capital, a 300 million euro climate-first investment platform backing founders of breakthrough technologies that accelerate the transition to a decarbonized world. Okay, so I'm going to kick it off with you, Miguel. can you please tell us more about Navlandis and its mission to green shipping?
Yes, okay. Navlandis has the ambition of making transport more sustainable, and we are doing that optimizing the transport of empty containers. Due to global trade imbalances, import-dominated ports accumulate large amounts of empty containers, while export-dominated ports need them as transport equipment. So shipping lines and logistic operators need to transport empty containers from surplus areas to shortage areas. And in fact, 25% of the total global traffic is empty containers. They
That's
are transporting
incredible.
only air. With a global traffic of 160 million containers in a year, 40 million containers are only transporting air. So the impact is more than $20 billion per year and 200 million tons of CO2 emissions. Our intention is to solve this issue with a new patented and innovative design of container. It's a foldable container, C-Box, that has the same features than the standard container, but can be folded when it's empty. And we packed 5 folded containers in the same space as one, so we can divide by 5 the most important factors for this impact. We can reduce 80% of the need of space in transport and storage. We can cut by 70% the CO2 emissions, and we can save more than 50% of the cost of moving empty containers. And furthermore, to break the market barriers in terms of cost and risk, we have launched a disruptive business model. It's a leasing under pay-as-you-save revenue model without initial cost for the customer and getting a success fee related with the savings that we really achieve. And that's, I think, a strategic movement to have the first customers, the first real paying customers.
It's incredible. You hear about this innovation, and it's incredible that we haven't had this before, and that we've wasted so much and polluted so much in transporting empty boxes. It's like wheels on suitcases. You're like, how did we live before that? So amazing. Thank you. Danielle, I'm going to move to you. You have a mission to deploy the first clean container ship. How does the vessel's zero carbon energy work?
Great. Well, thank you very much. And hello, my name is Danielle, and thank you all for having me here. Just a quick little correction, because there's so many different things that we have to be cautious of. It will be the first clean container ship to cross an ocean. So we do have clean container ships in the canals in Netherlands and in the fjords in Norway, but we don't have any deep sea vessels. So before I answer your question, I'd like to acknowledge that Veer is registered in the Bahamas, which is the ancestral territory of the Taino people, and that our headquarters are in Nova Scotia currently, which is the ancestral territory of the Mi'kmaq people. So Veer is able to have zero emission fuel. Well, we don't really say zero emission because if you really get down to it, there are emissions associated with everything. When the crew eat carrots, there are emissions. Scope 3 is what we're trying to look forward to. But we do have clean transportation, and we are defining that as zero carbon fuels or non-fossil fuels, that sort of thing. We do that by combining wind, which is our primary engine, with our auxiliary engine, which is green hydrogen fuel cells. This allows us to overcome the issue of energy density that we currently have with hydrogen, because our primary engine is renewable and all around us, the wind.
Thank you so much. So moving on, Johannes. So we've just heard that we're using wind and hydrogen, green hydrogen. Your company has developed a biofuel. Can you tell us, please, about what the biofuel is and whether or not it's scalable and an optimal choice for green shipping?
Yeah, all right. So first, we haven't developed the biofuel. We just found the way to make it scalable. But yes, the idea is to have algae to produce biomass, which can then be converted into bio-LNG, which is a very readily adaptable fuel for the shipping industry, with I think some 30% of all new built vessels currently being powered with LNG. That is fossil LNG typically, but we can replace that with with carbon neutral LNG. And when it comes to scalability, so an area equivalent of that of like Victoria would be sufficient to replace about 2/3 of the global fleet's demand of fuel. That would be sufficient. And when you then consider that we're having some 13,000 kilometers of shore around Africa where we could deploy, the space is available. And it's exclusively desert shore, so we're not in competition with food production or civilization pressure, nor are we impacting valuable habitats either.
Thank you so much. So we've heard from founders of companies developing technology to green shipping. Now we're going to move to how we support these founders. We're moving to the venture capital space. Sebastian, you founded, of course, an early growth fund company to power and scale climate-first startups. What have you invested in that is greening the seas now?
Well, first of all, also thank you for having me. Very pleasure to be at this very inspiring event. So investing in green shipping, there's of course, this is an energy question at the end of the day, right? So we have invested left and right into energy. We'll always characterize our investment focus. Anything that has an H and a C atom in it tends to be in our focus. So we're very hardware prone. And stuff like the gentleman to the right to me is definitely in our focus. Yeah, so biofuels. As we are very adamant as we try to, climate first is our mandate. We try to really look for large solutions that can help us decarbonize fast. We categorize this as sort of we say the time value of carbon is a concept that we sort of try to live by, meaning a ton of carbon that it can abate or remove today has a lot more value, and that happens in the year 2040 or 50. With that being said, what we're looking for is solutions that can fast deliver results. And actually, I think they're sitting some here in the panel, and also that can retrofit. So what have we done? We have invested into companies producing e-fuels, for example, for aviation and for shipping. We haven't done a biofuel investment yet, but we had a good chat earlier on already, so might get there. But also here on the right is also a very interesting solution on 40 million containers is an enormous amount. And then, of course, if we talk in the future of infrastructure, what Danielle's doing, it's also something we potentially, it's not such a technology play. We're more really into technologies and patentable technologies, but still, is it something we will need? Yes.
Cool, thank you. So, we've heard such, incredible solutions to green shipping. You'd imagine that, companies, governments would be championing this great technology. But there are challenges. There are challenges to disrupting business as usual. So, Miguel, shouldn't the shipping companies be champions of your technology and all want your Z-boxes?
Okay. First of all, we are facing, of course, challenges. The first challenge is to continue convincing customers of using our technology, our Z-box container. That's the reason of why we have developed our business model to de-risk for the customer the adoption of our technology. Any innovative product, any innovative technology need to break this market barrier. We have achieved that with our early adopters, with our first customers that are willing to pay for our technology, and they want to scale to the next step, that is 300 containers in 1 year. Mm-hmm. But there is another challenge, that it is the time. The timing in the shipping industry is quite low. It's quite different from the timing in the startup and investment industry. So we need to find also patient investment to give us time to consolidate with what we have achieved. And finally, of course, the challenge of the money. Our business model is intensive in CapEx, so we need to manufacture our containers in advance to put them in revenues. So we need the financial model to source this capital for the manufacturing. But of course, at the beginning, we are not bankable because we are not yet profitable. So we need the support of the equity investment to support our operations. That's the reason we are looking for funding to manufacture these 300 containers. Related with the last question about if top players in the shipping industry could be champions, we have talked with them, of course. We have talked with Maersk, CMA, CGM, with Hapag-Lloyd. The answer that we have received is not by the moment. We are not. You cannot try with us. You cannot test with us. You need to start with the small players, demonstrating that your technology works, and after demonstrating that, you can come with a bigger fleet. And that's what we are doing. We are going step by step with the small players. We have 3 customers by now, and small shipping lines and 2 shippers. We have containers traveling from Denmark to Uruguay, from Turkey to West Africa, and hopefully in very, very soon from Japan to Europe. And but we need to reach the next step. We need to reach the manufacturing of 300 containers, and before, the money to manufacture this.
Okay. Well, it's a task at hand, but it sounds like it's a timing question, funding question, and we're going to address, some of these challenges on the funding side in a moment with Sebastian. But again, staying on the issue of what are hurdles and challenges to scale, Johannes, with the production of your biofuel, what needs to change? Can ships just directly use it, or do they have to be retrofitted? Does the infrastructure around it also have to be changed?
Right. So as said earlier, a third of all vessels being built today are ready to take this fuel as is the infrastructure. And I think what's important is that it's a drop-in fuel to fossil fuel, so you can blend it seamlessly from 0 to 100%, which also allows you that from the first kilogram that you produce, you can use it. You don't need to reach a critical mass to have a marketable product, So yes, it's all ready, and for the road transport, we already have retrofit packs. Dual fuel kits for cars and trucks exist readily, and I guess it's only a matter of time until we get that for ships as well. And the ships that are built today, they'll be, like we're now building the infrastructure for 2050, right? The ships being built today are the ones in operation in 2050. So if we talk about net zero 2050, we need to decarbonize the combustion engine.
Fully agree.
Thank you. Okay, so Danielle, can you tell us, this is a little bit more of a personal question, what it's like to take on, a very big entrenched industry, such as the shipping industry, to radically change ship design, right, and disposing of the combustion engine. How does a visionary entrepreneur stay the course here? Because I'm sure there are a number of hurdles.
Yes, there are a lot of hurdles, and I'm sure that my colleagues on the panel can agree with that. Shipping is extremely infrastructure heavy, and as these gentlemen said, it's Johannes specifically said, we're talking about ships that will be operating 25 plus years from now, and so not only is it extremely expensive, it's a relatively long lifespan, and yeah, that's very challenging. But having said that, I've just a bit of context. I worked in the clean shipping, very micro niche industry for 12 years straight, and I'm a sailor and master by training. So master meaning of ships, not taken out of context. But so this is something I've really focused on for the past 12 years straight, and I think what we're going to see, because of this heavy infrastructure that we can't really deny, is that I think we're likely going to see some leapfrogging of technology and a sort of non-linear path towards a zero carbon future. And what I mean by that is you can take an example that I believe is applicable also to South Africa, but a lot of countries that wouldn't have had the opportunity to have phone lines. So if you think about your home phone, that's a lot of physical asset heavy infrastructure, right? Like the telephone poles and that sort of thing. And so a lot of countries never had a home phone, like a telephone line. And yet they were able to, when it was available, leapfrog that. They never had a telephone, and yet now they have some of the strongest 5G networks in the world, and everybody has a cell phone. So I think we're going to see comparable leapfrogging of technology, and not only technology, applications. And I'll just continue for a second here, talking about long-term. So shipping industry, very long-term, very asset-heavy. You know, it's glacial, it's Goliath, these are the words we use. But at the same time, it's not that long of a vision that the shipping industry has. So when I take into account an inspiration I have, which is from the Haida Nation, which is from Haida Gwaii on the west coast of Canada, and I learned a lot about their forestry laws. I'm really into planting trees and forestry. And a lot of places have forestry laws that are 100 years or something like that, and we consider that a pretty long-term investment. But the Haida Nation has a 1,000-year forestry management plan, which is actually backed by the nation of Canada. And their 1,000-year forestry management plan inspires me to look a little farther down the line. And personally, I believe as we look a little farther down the line, we're probably going to be moving away from biomass, biofuels, whether we describe biofuels that we say today, but we also acknowledge crude oil as a form of a biofuel, which is from biomatter in plants and animals, and moving into kind of skipping that step and looking at, this is going to sound hippie, celestial energy, which would be lunar, solar, and planetary, or solar, wind, tidal, and gravitational, which is, of course, I'm forgetting the word, the Earth is hot, geothermal. Thank you.
So Johannes, what do you have to say to that?
I think that's very long term, and I think we talked about that previously. It's not mutually exclusive. We do need things that are ready to scale now, to have impact now, and there is, now us being based in Africa, there's such a massive difference between, look for instance at EVs in Europe, they've got a good case, but in South Africa we're living through where 7.5 hours a day there is no electricity coming out of the wall socket. Let alone 500-kilometer long gravel roads that don't have gas stations, let alone charging points. So we do need both in the end. And I think that until we, even with leapfrogging and all the likes, there is enough longevity of our solutions to make it a solid business case. We'll need it long enough.
Okay, thank you for that. So moving to, how the venture space can support the scaling of new solutions. We've heard how, with regard to Miguel's Z-Box, that there's caution from some of the large shipping companies. How can you, as a strategic investor, help these technology solutions scale up and again, punch through the industry's inertia to change?
It's a 800-pound gorilla question. And the answer is we don't have a magic wand either, right? Of course, what we look for in teams when we invest in, of course, we look at technology that at first is in itself very scalable by the nature of it. So we have to have a decent size market, and then we need to, in the end of the day, it's a very economic argument as well. We always say nothing will scale to real impact as well unless it's a very profitable solution. It needs to be, if we're trying to transition the industry and saying this is the green premium, what we always call it the green premium version, this will not scale. This is something yes, there will be, we are here in Monaco and in Berlin, and there's very green-minded people that are willing to pay a premium price, but that's not the entire world. And we're talking now on a very cost-competitive industry like shipping. Unless your solution is economically very viable, it's unlikely to scale. So we had a bit of a chat about this before as well, and I asked him, so what are the current costs? Where do you see the costs going? And this is where everybody will look at as an investor too. Do we see a way to shave off the green premium, where this just simply becomes the economically and ecologically viable solution? This is where it is. So for him, now for Miguel in particular, I think it seems like there is a pathway for him to reach this. So what we help with as VCs, other than capital, we exactly try to work out with the entrepreneur a step-by-step plan on how to reach this. And this is often a lot, and I had a few conversations about this here in the room as well before, about financing these first of a kind. This is a challenge that every entrepreneur should really embrace, understand that this is a key thing you have to get right. And the initial, Miguel also mentioned it already, said, okay, we have the equity portion of it, but soon also we need to come in, and it is also definitely possible in this space because we have a lot of political tailwind, a lot of public money coming in the space, see how much money can I get from grants, from low interest debt or anything like that. So there are tools available, but there's no blanket answer. I can't say this is always the way we do it. It depends on the industry, it depends on the actual case where we're in. But yeah, this is something we really pay a lot of attention to when we invest into any of these companies. How do we shave off green premium? How do we finance this first of a kind unit? And then a step-by-step scale-up plan.
Okay, that's good advice. When talking about the green premium, I mean, one way we can tackle this is if, of course, governments price in negative externalities. And so this is a general question to the panel. Can governments be doing more? Governments doing more with either carbon taxes, with either limitations on the combustion engine. We've seen California make a move there, Europe in discussion here. What can governments do to help scale this technology, these solutions?
I mean, a lot, yeah. Regulation is really, as always in this space, one of the major keys. Maybe, Johannes, you can probably give a pretty good example about this.
Yeah, so I think for us it's a very positive thing that both the EU and good parts of Asia have been including shipping into the emissions trade. And they've been wise enough to include the approach and departure, at least partially as well. And that's where then us sitting in Africa, where there's very little governmental support for various reasons, comes in handy because we're like geostrategically placed in the middle of that typical trade route between Asia and Europe, where we can create and supply the fuels halfway along the way for that. So that's where the European or Asian governments' regulations are helping even us down there and at the Cape to make a business case.
And if I may, is that okay? I would also like to say that there's a huge opportunity for governments to sort of lead the way and make sure that they are demonstrating a precedent that it's a positive thing, right? And of course, I can look to the Bahamas, which we've talked about so much, Blue Action Lab in Freeport, Grand Bahama, which is where we're registered, and the infrastructure and the regulatory frameworks there that are being put in place to help to advance this. It's very powerful. And Veer, when we're launching our fleet, intends to have our vessels flagged in the Bahamas, thereby assisting them and having it as the largest green shipping fleet in the world, so the largest green registry in the world, and also the largest green hydrogen fleet in the world would all be Bahamian flagged. And so in that way, because they are helping us, we can help to elevate the stance of the Bahamas as a green leader internationally.
Fantastic. Miguel?
In our case, it's very... in our case, it's very clear because I think the main strategy of the shipping lines is to leave the container empty on the Destiny, waiting to have cargo to make the comeback trip with cargo. So governments can apply some tariffs, to penalize the storage of empty containers. For example, the United States made that during the pandemic because of the congestion of empty containers in the area of LA. So it's clear if they need to move empty containers because governments have regulated it, for me is a good job because they will need to optimize this movement. Of course, they can do things. Government has a very main role in that.
And staying on the government, the public sector side, we heard in an earlier panel about blended finance, using public sector money as catalytic money, as leverage to attract, of course, private investments, so public-private partnership. Could we be doing more here? Organizations like the IFC and development agencies across Europe, the US, we heard about the Green Climate Fund. Should there be a greater focus both on providing and making it easier, right? That's the other, making it more accessible and easier to deal with multilateral organizations and the bilateral financing organizations. Are they focused enough on this area?
As someone who is a fundraiser for green shipping, so I'm also the founder of a company called Sail Cargo Incorporated. We are building the largest ship of any kind in the history of Costa Rica. Check them out on Instagram at Sail Cargo. We raised $6 million US cash equity for them, cash investments. And through VEER, in terms of equity, but also sweat equity, we've raised approximately 1.4 million. And 100% of that has been from private impact investors. And I have not been successful at securing anything other than that, despite great amounts of effort. So I hope that will change, but I'll say that I find it very difficult as someone who has raised nearly $7 million.
Wow. And how about your experience?
Yeah, so as mentioned previously, the South African government, for instance, is completely strapped for cash. So they support infrastructure that, for instance, US startups have. We don't see that. So we are largely relying on private capital and largely from outside the country, most of it seemingly coming from Europe or the US, as a matter of fact. And yeah, the multilaterals it's oftentimes it takes too much time. Like in the early stage, it needs to be, I think, smaller amounts, more easily available, cash in hand would be high impact.
Are there international organizations to help raise this topic, the urgency for solutions here? Are there maritime organizations that could be helpful in addressing the funding gap?
I don't know them.
Okay.
I know, so I'm very happy to say that I have had the help of the European Union. If we have in the stage we are, is thanks to that. We have already also mixed public loans, grants, and private investment. And I think they have made a good job in that sense. But I think there is a gap for the scalability of the projects. And in that way, we are now applying an EIC accelerator, but I think they need to do much more in that sense, in that way, because there is a gap between the early investment or early help, but we need to scale up the project that we have, and we need more help in that way.
Thank you. Sebastian, 2022 was a year where sustainability, sustainable finance, ESG investing, received a big backlash for many reasons. I mean, of course, there were macroeconomic headwinds, but you also saw ESG being politicized, especially in the US. You also saw some performance issues where some ESG or ESG portfolios underperformed mainstream indices. What is the fundraising? What is the LP arena like today when you yourself, are raising money, to focus on climate? Have you seen any sort of loss of momentum amongst LPs in focusing on sustainability strategies?
That's an interesting question, yeah. Well, the answer is actually no. Let's be, well, where we came from. When we started a climate-first venture capital firm in 2018-19, our friends thought, oh, they became tree huggers now. This was the initial reaction. They thought, oh, philanthropy, that's a great thing you're doing. So, but we actually had no philanthropy in mind. We were really saying we're going to drive this profitably. We don't actually see any way for something to reach significant scale without being a very profitable business. So that was the first thing. And we knew, this is great that we think this way, and our money, unfortunately, is limited. And we also had a bunch of friends, I guess, but we knew if we want to be successful, we'll have to get the institutional capital, mobilize that institutional capital towards climate. This will be your only chance to make it. So we had initial conversations, this is 2019, and of course the reaction was like, first time team, first time fund, please call me at fund generation 4 or 5. Okay, so this was, but now luckily I'm here today and actually say it has changed dramatically over the last years. Now we are basically seeing more and more institutional capital, pension funds, sovereign wealth funds, insurance companies, actually having dedicated pockets for Article 8 and 9 funds under European regulation. In the US it's a bit different, but we see really more and more. And we've seen quite a few funds being able to raise money now. And we also operate a fund of funds, by the way, where we did exactly this. We actually seeded about 10 funds by now. We're really early in money saying this is what we need. Again, 2018, 19, we were also lonely. There was not much out there. So we said if we want to create a dent in climate, we have to bring in more people and make this an ecosystem. So I would actually answer your question. No, I'm actually positive. I think we are seeing a lot of momentum going into this at the moment. Every week, really, I hear from more LPs saying, actually, have now dedicated pockets towards it. A few years ago, it was like, yes, we're looking at the space, maybe we're working on it. That's still an answer we hear often, but it's definitely getting also better that more and more institutional capital is coming in. And in terms of the bubbles or ESG sort of being complicated on returns, I would make that actually more down to the indices and what they include to be ESG. Because a lot of things that we see in these indices, we would definitely not categorize as impact businesses.
That's for sure. Well, that's good to hear that the momentum continues, that there is still a strong institutional focus on investing in sustainable businesses. Thank you so much. We're now going to open up for audience questions. So please, the gentleman right there.
Yeah, hi. Thanks very much, everybody. I'm Richard Hickson. I'm a consultant in critical care medicine, and I'm a co-founder of Healthcare Ocean. And my questions, there's two of them, Danielle, are for you. I'm probably one of the only physician environmentalists who have an obsession with clean container shipping, because we spend 70 billion with 80,000 suppliers delivering healthcare equipment and pharmaceuticals into the NHS. And my vision is that we do not accept them being shipped in unless those ships have the lowest environmental impact possible, because we need healthy oceans. It's not just... we're talking carbon, I get that, but we know that net zero is the difference between emissions and sequestration. So I'm quite interested in the holistic view to ocean health. So looking at the IMO, thinking about marine mammal collision and underwater radiated noise. So Danielle, are hydrogen engines quieter than their heavy fuel oil counterparts? And when you plan your first ocean journey, will you do so with speed and route in mind to minimize the risk of collision with ecosystem engineers such as great whales?
Thank you so much for that question, and I am so glad to hear that you hope that you can have containers that are clean shipped, and please be in touch. The NHS would be awesome to speak to. So the first part was essentially a question about bioacoustic pollution and the mechanical propulsion that we will use versus a standardized combustion engine. And bioacoustic pollution is something that is one of the sort of 8, I guess, approximate boxes that we tried to tick, whether that is talking about invasive species or if we're talking about air or water pollution. Bioacoustic pollution or underwater noise is a very big deal, especially for whales, and that can impede or completely disrupt their communication. And so I'm trying to go through, because I don't want to, if I've missed something, let me know. But essentially, we'll be using electric motors. And electric motors, which I've had the opportunity to work in Iceland on a project with a sailing ship, quite a large vessel with pure electric. It is so silent that it scares the people on board. Like the people were holding on to the ship because there were no sails set and there was no noise and no vibration, and so people were frightened that they were moving, and it was literally ghosting along because it was so silent. So in that way, the bioacoustic pollution is eliminated. Another part of that, though, is something called cavitation. And cavitation is when a propeller spins, it actually creates a vacuum, and I'm not a scientist, somehow that makes water boil underwater. I'm not sure. But it creates explosions of mini little bubbles underwater. And this is another form of bioacoustic pollution. And our vessel will have that. When we choose to use our propeller, there will still be cavitation. Having said that, we can optimize our propeller to essentially have a larger diameter or surface area to spin slower and reduce the cavitation and therefore reduce the bioacoustic pollution. And so that's my answer. And then how will we avoid hitting whales? I frankly don't have an answer for that because it is very challenging. But essentially, yeah, so hitting whales is a big problem. Whales are the cause of many yachts sinking mysteriously. Also, containers at sea are the same cause, but whale strikings obviously are not good and cause the death of the whale. I do know that on the east coast of the United States, there are right whale protection areas. And so if anyone, master or captain, sees a whale, or a person on their boat sees a whale and they think it is a right whale, they can call that in and the Coast Guard will announce that that is a mobile protected zone instantly around that whale. And I sailed under a captain who said something really great. He says, you know, sometimes I don't know if it's a right whale or a wrong whale, and I still just call it in. And then we have a mobile protection zone around them. So I would encourage the captains of our fleet to not know if it's the right whale or the wrong whale, and still just call it in.
Fantastic. Do we have any more questions?
So I'm Carsten Spieker. I'm from the company GEA. And there was a question, if there is an international organization in the shipping industry, there is the IMO. And the IMO targets are to reduce the CO2 emissions, or the greenhouse gas emissions, to at minimum 40% until 2030. It's a question if this is enough. This is for sure a big question mark, but there is something, and I fully agree to Sebastian. Only with international pressure and legacy, that every government is forced to move ahead, this can work. And here for sure we have to do more. And the question I have, do you also think there was a very little discussion about this e-fuels? You mentioned at one time, Sebastian, but do you not see there a big chance with wind energy, with sun energy, and with also alternative water energy to convert green electric power into fuel?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, of course, and here the gentleman writes doing that as well. We actually categorize it all of wind energy is also a form of solar energy in the end of the day. You know, it's the sun that generates the pressure differences and hence wind, so it's all for us kind of in the same box. But anyway, that's an energy theory. But yes, of course, I mean, I didn't mention that maybe so much before. I said we are investing into e-fuels companies today, but we're also investing into everything left and right of it. Yeah? So we're investing into companies that create green hydrogen, because of course the basis of any hydrocarbon is green hydrogen. Or we're investing into companies that actually produce carbon in one way or the other. Yeah, either direct air capturing companies or other companies. So yes, of course, we see a lot. So the biofuel route is a very valid route too. We are keen on the fuel side on stuff that does not need retrofit. So I think that there's a bit of debate in the maritime industry right now. What's the future fuel? There's a whole bunch of people betting on methanol. Yeah, there's others that are betting on ammonia, specifically green ammonia. When you see the sort of engine manufacturers, MAN and the Finnish guys, so they are betting seems to be more on ammonia, frankly. We're a little bit, he mentioned earlier on, today's infrastructure is being built today, yeah, and is the infrastructure same as in 2050, as Johannes said, so we're missing the retrofitting character in these, so we would predominantly invest in technologies that are retrofittable. Again, it doesn't mean that we should not continue to innovate in ammonia, but as I said, time value of carbon, we want to get faster decarbonization results. And we don't think we have the luxury to wait until we have built an entire fleet of 50,000 ships, container ships on the oceans, and turn them into hopefully Veer products. Yeah? Again, we should also do that. But yes, I mean, e-fuels, anything that's retrofittable, biofuels, e-fuels for us, preferable. Again, question is cost, and also a bit of a question is energy density here. Yeah? The beauty of LNG is it's a very high energy density, and we can use it. The downside of methanol, for example, is roughly half the energy density, means I need double the size of tanks. Ammonia is a similar story, it's half the energy density. Sometimes it's more of a beer or red wine discussion a bit, but sometimes we look at what humanity's progressed through. We started to burn biomass, you know, this was set us apart from the dinosaurs, and we moved on to move ever more energy dense. And now, as we sort of realize it's actually a problem, carbon consumption is actually a problem, we're moving actually downhill again, kind of, yeah. The solutions, battery is very poor energy density, and ammonia and methanol actually also, so we're actually moving downhill. It's not the great scenario, so maybe just perspective, we do work quite a bit with the energy companies as well on these topics. And I think there the bet is kind of clear. If you look at what the large oil and gas companies are betting on today and what they're investing in today, it's e-fuels and biofuels. Those are the two things that are dominant in terms of, yeah, of course they have a favor for these things because that's what they used to know. They know hydrocarbons. But yeah, that's something to definitely keep in mind because I'm not sure it's smart betting against those guys that have, at the moment at least, all the money.
Thank you for that. So I think we're pretty much out of time. So if you have just like 10 seconds for your next comments, but please, because I know you wanted to say something.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to chip in there as well because our byproduct is CO2, obviously, which is surprisingly valuable at the moment as a product. And we'll use that long run to synthesize it with hydrogen and actually give meaning and energy density to it to produce methanol or e-fuels. And when you talk to the shipping companies, it's quite clear that the future is a multi-fuel future. So there is no competition between the fuels because we're thinking about roughly about 6 to 8 different types of fuels that the future will have.
Thank you.
And just quickly in closing, something to note is that essentially we're talking a lot about commodifiable fuels versus non-commodifiable fuels, such as renewables, which is a very big deal for people who are interested in selling energy. So just take that away and think about that. And just in closing, I wanted to say that I asked for advice on this because our panel was super fiery in our pre-call. And I asked for advice from the founder of the Ocean Opportunity Lab, of which Veer is a new member. And she just encouraged me to say that it really doesn't matter because we need to make change now. There is room for everybody, and we don't know what the future will hold, so we can just invest in anything that's working towards a cleaner future. So thank you.
Great way to close it. Thank you so much. Thank you, guys. It was a great panel. Thank you. Thank you so much to you, Desiree. Thanks again to everyone on that panel about sustainable shipping. All right, we have one more panel now until our coffee break. This one is going to be focusing on the future of coastal infrastructure. I'm delighted to be hosting this one myself. Can I please call on stage my 5 panelists? Can I have Borge Bjorneklet, Tom Burbeck, William Jansen, Maya Kasipov, and Shruti Iyengar? Guys, come on up, please. All right, Borge here. All right, welcome to you all. Hello, hello, hello. Same thing, you guys know how this goes. We'll talk for a bit and then we'll open it up to your questions. I think you're going to see that one of the key things needed for long-term resilience and prosperity for our coastal communities, of course, is great infrastructure. 4 of our panelists are experts in really exciting new areas of coastal infrastructure design and development. I'm going to introduce you to them first, just very briefly. We've got Borge Bjornekledt, who's the founder and CEO of Ocean Sun, which is based on an invention for floating solar panels. Tom Burbeck, the founder and CEO of Arc Marine, which is an eco-engineering company on a mission to accelerate reef creation on an unprecedented scale. William Jansen, the founder and CEO of Desalinator, a company that specializes in sustainable solar-driven desalination. Maya Kashipov, who's on the business development team at Captura. Captura harnesses the power of the ocean to draw down planet-warming CO2 through something called direct ocean capture approach. We're going to talk about that in a minute. And of course, to get some input on investing in climate tech, we have Shruti Iyengar. Shruti's an investment manager at Future Planet Capital, where she works on UK innovation and Science Seed Fund, as well as the Blue Ocean Mandate. And full disclosure, FPC has invested in Captura, so we'll talk a bit more about that later. So welcome to all of you. Before we get into the details of your solutions, we need to take a closer look at first at the stakes. What are the real stakes when it comes to coastal infrastructure? So first of all, just very briefly, I'd like you all to tell me a little bit about the situation, what you're trying to solve at the moment, and what your personal eureka moment was when you decided to try and change things. So I don't know, maybe William, we can start with you. You lived in Abu Dhabi for several years. You said you were used to drinking desalinated water, but that's usually made in large machines. It uses up lots of energy. Tell us about your eureka moment to do it in a more sustainable way.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for having me. Yeah, I lived in Abu Dhabi for a number of years, and at the time, the way that desalinated water was made was by cogeneration, so burning a lot of gas and taking the waste heat and applying that waste heat to convert seawater into drinking water. And in my head, I had been tinkering with the idea of using solar panels for this specific application. And I don't know if any of you know this, but a solar panel converts only 15% of the energy of the sun into electricity. 85% is lost in the form of heat. And I won't go into detail, but the basic idea of a desalinator is to use both the 15% and the 85% in a combined availability of energy to achieve the goal of desalination, and then to do that without the use of toxic chemicals and without the creation of toxic brine.
Okay. Tom, how about for you? Was it your experience as a commercial diver in the past that made you want to help change coastal erosion, make things better?
Yeah, exactly. So I've been diving since the age of 13, and like most people at Arc Marine, we've all been divers, so we've seen firsthand sort of 2 things. One is the degradation of our marine ecosystems, both in coastal and in subsea habitats, but also that there was pretty shoddy man-made infrastructure which was being deployed into the ocean, which we saw as low-hanging fruit. We thought if we can change this, tweak this slightly, we could actually be doing a net benefit to the marine environment at the same time as growing our coastal defences, offshore energy sites. And I think that's what the most exciting thing for us is. If we want to achieve impact at scale, which a lot of us in the room do, you need to find the size of the projects which are at scale. And there's very few projects which match the size of those big civil engineering projects which we see offshore.
Maya, how about for you? Talk us through carbon removal.
I think in the climate space, what's really at stake is the recognition for the necessity of carbon removal. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change has affirmed that reducing our emissions is no longer sufficient. We also have to pair those emissions reduction efforts with mass carbon removal if we're to secure a safe climate. So right now there is a lot of focus on emissions reductions. We need to be prioritizing carbon removal just as much. So it's really those accumulated emissions that are sitting in our atmosphere, warming our planet, that we really have to draw down. Once we understand that, we'll see that we have a real, available, viable tool to address the emissions in the atmosphere and to remove any type of emission from anywhere and at any point in time.
Borge, solar energy is among the most affordable of all the renewables. The problem, of course, is the sheer size. It takes up so much land. Tell us about that and how the idea for Ocean Sun came up for these floating power plants.
Yeah, so myself and many of my colleagues, our background is from the Norwegian solar PV industry, producing a lot of silicon metal in Norway, and working in REC Solar, among the largest in Europe, and 15 years ago. Before that, the industry went to Asia. And then working for a period in offshore maritime sector, deep water drilling. So our company is sort of a mutation of these two industries, the maritime and the photovoltaic, and we're designing what we believe is the most efficient way to deploy large utility-sized solar farms at the sea, near coastal areas and hydroelectric power dams, and very well suited to the archipelagos, the island communities that otherwise use a lot of fossil fuel.
Okay, we're going to talk more about each of your solutions a bit more in detail in just a minute. But before we do that, Shruti, I just want to bring you in here. Give us the lay of the land. We've been talking a lot about impact investing, but you were telling me that this is really the year for ocean and water tech. Why is that?
That's my year for ocean and water tech, yeah. I hope it's everyone's year. Well, I think what we've seen in climate tech in general, right? I think the previous panel, we've spoken about it, but essentially we've seen a massive inflow of capital into climate over the last 2 years. And I think what's ended up happening is the percentage of capital going into specifically, let's say, ocean, which is part of climate, is still quite small, is very, very insignificant. But I think slowly people are realizing that it's almost like going back to the basics. And I think people are realizing that biodiversity and ocean are sort of the two completely untapped, unlooked at, sort of spaces to invest in. And the sheer scale at which things can be done if you can just crack the unit economics, I think that is what is very exciting for people now. So it feels like this year, while I know that in general, the market, it's been relentless, one thing after the other that's happened. And I have to say upfront that I have so much respect and regard for every innovator and entrepreneur who's been resilient through the last 18 months, right? And I think what I can say for sure is while a lot of climate funds have been raised, a lot of dry powder is there. It's just the pace of deployment has stalled. But as fund economics work, you have a life on the fund. You need to deploy it by a certain period. So that deployment will happen. So the prediction is sort of in the next sort of 6 months odd, it'll pick up again, or 12 months odd, it'll pick up again. And then there'll be a lot more money going towards ocean and biodiversity, even within the climate agnostic climate fund, sorry.
Okay. All right, so let's dive a little bit deeper into the solution so you can all understand exactly what we're talking about. Maya, let's start with capture. What exactly is direct ocean capture and how is it different or better than direct air capture?
Capture harnesses the carbon removal powers of the oceans to draw down planet warming CO2 from the atmosphere. So we're really utilizing the natural carbon equilibrium between the atmosphere and the ocean. The only inputs that we need for our process are renewable energy and ocean water, and we do that with no byproducts produced, and we're not adding any chemicals to the water. Fundamentally, we add nothing and we take nothing from the oceans, and because of that, we feel that we're ready to deploy today. Our technology is different because we do have a measurable stream of CO2 that we remove from ocean water, so that makes that MRV piece a little bit easier for us. And then that resulting CO2, just like direct air capture, can be sequestered safely and permanently underground, or we can utilize it in low carbon products.
Okay, and that's a really interesting point about measuring, which we're going to get into in detail a little bit later.
Yeah, and just to give some more context on the ocean front, one thing I'll also add to that is our ocean benefit at capture is really twofold. So we are drawing down CO2 emissions from the atmosphere, and that's helping to address climate change, which is driving ocean acidification to begin with. But we also have applications in localized deacidification. So we're not just addressing the source of ocean deacidification or ocean acidification to begin with, but we're also countering it by actively working to deacidify in localized areas.
Tom, how about for you? Give us some details on Arc Marine, particularly the reef cubes, how they work.
Yeah, so our flagship product is our Reef Cube technology, which is patented. And we've initially designed it to serve the use cases of major offshore energy developers and coastal defense developers. And what it enables the end user to do is, whilst at the same time they're building out offshore wind farms, for instance, where you can see from the picture their needs are for cable protection, scour protection, potentially eco moorings. What we can do is we can convert the developer into a marine restorer simultaneously, which we don't think has ever been done before. So the product is made of 98% recycled materials using waste products from the clay and granite industry. We're 91% less CO2 because we don't contain any cement whatsoever. And we use really clever surface textures specific for certain species, like native oysters, which means that we can really be specific on what we're trying to target. And to give you an idea on some of the numbers, the biggest wind developer in the world spends 60 million euros in 2021 on subsea protection. Now, if we can get them spending 60 million euros on subsea protection, which has a benefit as a reef, then we've suddenly got a customer who is actively now restoring the ocean. And from our perspective, we found it really hard when we started to try and get anyone to fund marine conservation just for marine conservation benefits. It's normally been done by a few big NGOs, some philanthropists, but what we see now is that whilst we push out for, in Europe, it's 450 gigawatt of offshore wind alone. They spend approximately 10 million euros per gigawatt. So it's a $1 billion industry that we could convert into marine conservation. So that's us. Our three main impact metrics for our product are pretty easy. So it's habitat per meter squared that we create, the amount of recycled content that we deploy, repurpose, and secondly, the carbon saved using our materials.
Thanks for that. Borg, on your website, it says Ocean Sun has revolutionized floating solar power production. How does that work? How do you do that?
Yeah, well, the technical challenge for floating solar is to provide a vessel or a carrier for the solar panels in a cost-efficient manner. You can have a large barge or a steel barge and put them on top, but it will be too costly. So what we have done is to build these very thin membranes. These are hydroelastic membranes that sit on the water. This is one of our first systems. It was powering a aquaculture system in Norway on the west coast there. They have a huge diesel consumption on those feeding barges, so it directly reduces that consumption. And now more, they are much larger and also multiple rings, so they make up a utility-sized system. And also from this system, we utilize the direct thermal contact with the water body, so the temperature in the solar cells is reduced, and thereby you have a better yield from the system. And on freshwater reservoirs, it's important that we can reduce the evaporation, so you can contain the valuable freshwater better also. And these systems have also the ability to cope with adverse weather. We have installed in the Philippines, directly in the typhoon belt, typhoon category 4. And also we are now building outside Singapore. Singapore have huge problems with the high cost of land, same as almost like in Monaco, that you cannot build a big solar farm on land. So you have to utilize the ocean space where you have much more surface area. And another particular one that we heard in the session earlier today with the ecotourism, take Maldives, for instance, almost 200 islands. The 5-star resort hotels, they are now moving into floating solar to power these hotels instead of the diesel generators. So they're sitting on a tremendous energy source in the lagoons and on the relatively small islands there.
Thank you. William, we touched on it before, but I was surprised to learn that more than 5% of global greenhouse emissions are made by desalination, and desalination plants generate a significant amount of toxic chemicals. So given all of that, how is desalinator different from those other purification technologies?
Yeah, thank you. I do not want to be negative, but if we look at sea bodies that are closed and that give us an opportunity to measure, and I will specifically take you in this example to the Persian or Arabian Gulf. The countries around the Gulf are dependent on that water for their livelihood because they need to desalinate this water to sustain themselves. But the negative effect of the desalination that is happening around the shores has already seriously impacted that sea body. The sea is basic. The Arabian Gulf is dying, and this will happen in the foreseeable future. And this is due to the chemicals that are being used by the desalination plants, and the heating of the water that's constantly happening due to the desalination plants. So what desalinator tries to do is basically to remove these two problems. We do not use any harmful chemicals in our process. That is the first step. That means that we can progress with the activity without continuing the pollution. And then secondly, we offer our customers the opportunity to go straight from seawater to salt. So this is something that our colleagues in the industry avoid, but we offer this as an integrated product solution. So we say, yes, the water might be slightly more expensive because you're doing an extra step, but we do not bring any pollutive, toxic brine back to the sea. We leave the marine environment in peace, and we give you solid salt.
We're going to talk about financing a bit more with you, Shruti, in a minute, but I just want to ask the four of you about the biggest challenges for each of you. Tom, for example, how do you appease the engineering side of a construction project? I mean, are companies reluctant to get on board with something like Arc Marine?
I think it's in engineers' nature to be risk adverse to a certain degree. So in the very early days, you know, they like their proven solutions, whether that be granite or traditional concrete, where everybody knows the compressive strength, everybody knows the durability, they've seen it in the water for decades, so they can really sort of hang their hat on it and say, this is what I trust. But I think now they don't really have a choice. So even the engineers themselves are under pressure to find sustainable solutions, incorporating nature-based principles. And that's really only came on since we've been in the industry, probably in the last 3-4 years. That's when we've seen a real push. So I think the answer is there's still a bit of work to really convince the engineers that nature-based solutions can perform the same, if not better, than traditional methods. But it's definitely changed in the last few years.
Do the rest of you find that as well, that there is a lack of awareness just about the tech itself? For example, the energy industry is notoriously conservative. Ocean Sun's a bit radical. I mean, have people been able to get past that? Was that challenging?
Yeah, everything in the energy sector is quite conservative and challenging, I would say. And we have been working for 7 years now with the class societies and certification bodies and to approve all of this. And in the end, then insurance company will trust this, and then the final bankability is in place. I think this is now, and you have run the full-scale demonstration systems for several years. So the technology is now available. I think also finances, there's a lot of interest in financing this type of initiative. But in many states, it is a problem with the regulatory and the administration of this and the permitting. And I would say maybe particularly so in Europe, a little bit more easy in Southeast Asia. And, but I would say the main obstacle in Europe is regulation.
We'll talk a bit more about regulation in just a minute. Maya, I just want to ask about Captura and about what Captura does to address the cost challenge, because obviously that's always a huge challenge for a company. I know you were telling me that electrodialysis is the secret sauce. What does that mean exactly? And again, back to this point of awareness, is that a secret sauce that's easy to sell when people have to kind of get their minds around what exactly that is?
Sure. So our proprietary electrodialysis technology at Captura was developed at Caltech. So we have some really great professors that have put a lot of time into ensuring its efficiency, and that's really, like you said, the secret sauce of the system and the key cost enabler there. When we were talking about direct air capture earlier, you know, one thing that's important to see in that solution is, you know, it's definitely going to be part of the climate toolbox, but it does have high costs associated with it. Our approach at Captura to lowering those costs is to say, well, instead of building out all these fans, all these absorbents, all these air contactors that direct air capture does, we step back and think, well, wait a minute, we already have a huge, natural, existing, proven, and free ocean carbon removal device that already covers 70% of the planet. and that's the ocean. So the ocean already does so much of that carbon removal work for us, so that substantially eliminates cost at a very fundamental level. And we're also utilizing off-peak energy, so we only need to run the electrodialysis for 6 hours a day to generate the acid and the base that we need to power the rest of the system for the rest of the 24 hours of the day. So both of those things really enable that low cost. Yeah.
Another big challenge, of course, is attracting investment. We've been talking about this a lot over the past 2 days. William, you've been doing this a long time. Do you feel like it's easier today? Has it gotten better at all to attract impact investors?
Yeah, I think it has. I think it also has to do with the growth of your company. There is definitely a risk adverseness, and once the technology is proven, it becomes significantly easier to get access to funding from impact investors. Yeah, we have an example here of impact investors and startups coming together, so that is definitely good news. But yeah, the message to impact VCs, in my opinion, needs to remain: put your money where your mouth is, and take the risk.
So Shruti, that's a perfect transition toward you.
I should have like calculated this when I was the only investor on a panel with 4 other founders. I should have been very well prepped.
No, but oftentimes we've been saying it, the seed money seems to come easily at the beginning in climate tech, but it does seem it's that next round where things get a little scary. Tell us about that and where FPC comes in.
Yeah, I think, so just to set the context, Future Planet, we've been around, well, the Blue Ocean Mandate is backed by the Monaco Foundation, it's backed by the government of Monaco, and we, overall in Future Planet as well, we've got a couple of other funds that we have, which are backed by governments and which are backed by sovereign wealth funds and so on. It all comes down to also your LPs being quite patient. Right? And I think when your LPs are patient and you've got a 10-year fund, then you become a patient investor as well. And I think that's what we like to do. We like to be that patient investor who comes in at a point where we're willing to take the tech risk, we'll do the tech DD, we'll understand the tech, and then once we understand the risks we're taking, then we're willing to go on that journey with the entrepreneur. And I think it's to do with what the gentleman from Extantia was saying earlier as well. We're very hands-on. So we are quite involved with that next round of fundraise, helping you syndicate that next raise, helping you understand how the business model needs to be validated over the various stages, for instance. To your point earlier, I think the way the markets moved in the last year or so, we're seeing that it's serendipitous, but I think the pre-seed, seed stage of investing, as long as you're doing sort of climate investing, has been more insulated than the later stages of investing and other verticals of investing, if you may. And I think the hardest probably rounds at this point are sort of Series A, Series B rounds, where startups have done that first demo, first pilot, maybe at lab scale going into, for instance, capture or going into C at some point this year. And then, you get to that point where you now need to extend your runway and, you're raising your Series A. And then you're struggling because the market is not willing to take as much of a risk. So hopefully Future Planet Capital is going to be the home for many of these amazing innovators where, we do Series A, Series B through the Blue Ocean Mandate. And we've got investments across the board. We've got 4 investments in the portfolio so far, and we are deploying through the year. And we are looking for really sort of significant impact and meaningful change. And we do it through sort of having our own score and impact value gap analysis before we even begin the process of DD. So we are measuring that impact while we're doing DD.
Just a question to come to the founders, just about how impact investors invest. I know in a perfect world you'd want them just to invest in anything that you invent, but do you think that they should change this eternal search for unicorns and not be looking for 100% solid return, or is that not realistic, Shruti? I don't know who would like to speak to that.
William had something to tell me at breakfast.
Oh yes, what was that?
Should I call you out?
No, it is my opinion,
yes.
It's private opinion. I don't
here.
speak for the Solinator here. That the venture capital model And the word VC is very much something that is associated with the valley, with finding these 1000x investments where you invest in WhatsApp, and 2 months later someone buys it for 1,000 times what you valued it at. Those stories are difficult to achieve in the climate arena because we're talking about hard tech. We're talking about investments that can run investment cycles through a startup that can take a decade. And that means that there can be a very decent return on investment, but it is probably not going to be what we see in the valley. And the willingness for a venture capitalist to accept this at the front end of the discussion would be very helpful, so that we all know what we're talking about around the table.
All right, you've all been warned. Tom or Borge, would you like to weigh in on that?
Yeah, I've got a slightly different take. So I'm all for the narwhal unicorn rhetoric. So the plans for Art Marine is to go through an IPO, and I think that's what we do need. I think we do need the same sexy stories that you get in tech companies. You need those inspirational companies where people look at it and go, the best brains say, I want to get into the marine space because I love the ocean, but I can also have a really good living and career and financial reward at the end. And that sort of, it's a full circle. So then more investors come in, it's more competitive. But just to go back to what parts investors with money for our companies is, I think it's linked to the previous question about regulatory and policy. So for instance, in offshore wind, we've noticed now that the policy and regulation is changing, that the bid criteria is moving from the cheapest, or the most expensive lease is now who can actually do the best for the environment, which has never been done before. It's always been who's prepared to pay more for the seabed, and they will win the lease. So Holland Kust West Site 6 in Holland was the first lease to do that. 60% of the bid criteria was on nature enhancement. So it shows you that that means then that companies like Art Marine are getting phone calls, how do we enhance the environment? We need to win this bid. There's an economic reason for them to do it. And then it's a lot easier to go to investors saying, hey, we're actually getting now calls from the customers. We're not pushing our product on them. They're being pulled to us by regulatory change. And that's a lot easier then to have the conversations. But yeah, I'm all for more narwhals.
Okay.
So am I.
Borge?
Yes, well, in my company Oceans, we have been through several rounds, and in the first early days, it was a couple of philanthropists actually that invested. So, but now more companies listed, not on main list, but it's listed in Oslo Exchange. And but we have seen quite dramatic fluctuations in market prices for this type of. It's often broadly categorized as a tech company, and this is very low at the moment, and I guess a little bit difficult to get investments. But luckily, we don't need that, and it's soon approaching profitability, so even with the demo systems. Yeah.
So, of course, one thing that's incredibly important for investors, we touched on it earlier, is that they want to have some kind of proof. They want to have impact measurements. Shruti, talk to us a bit more about impact measurements and how it's evolved specific to coastal infrastructure, to tech.
Well, coastal infrastructure is very specific. And I think I was going to bring that up in the conversation earlier when Tom mentioned, the stuff to do with coral reefs, for instance, right? I think the time horizon has been one of the biggest challenges. When you look at a fund and you look at when an investor looks to get their return, and then you look at the projects and you look at the timeline for these projects and when the impact will be achieved. So for a very long time, because there's been a misalignment between the time horizon of the project and the time horizon of the fund investing into the project, it becomes challenging for investors to convince themselves that this is an investment that will bring them the returns, for instance. I think that's been a challenge for coastal community/infrastructure kind of support. But impact measurement specifically, so I think I've been doing this for about 8 years, and I'm based in London now. I've been doing it for 3 years in London, but I was previously in Singapore, and I was doing it in Singapore. So I've seen sort of the Asia and Europe kind of evolution of impact measurement. And back in the day, impact measurement was meant to be, was almost considered too onerous, too tedious, too painful. People would think of it as a bonus, nice to have. And I think over time, we've obviously had, the SDGs mapping, we've had the IRIS Plus metrics from Global Impact Investing Network. And now we've come to a point where, and then the IMP framework from Bridges, so there's been an evolution where everyone's trying to put together a set of metrics. And I think the most recent one by Thousand Ocean Startups, the Impact Navigator, and I've read through the whole piece because obviously it's great. And I think it's really amazing because I walked away after reading that piece. I felt like it was one of those pieces that was built by operators who understood the practicalities of impact measurement, and it wasn't built in, let's say, somebody who only comes from, let's say, an academic background. Because the crux of impact measurement, where it really falls through the cracks and has always fallen through the cracks, is when you're implementing it. Founders are firefighting, in their first 2 years. They don't have time to be sitting and doing reports. So it's almost, how do you make it easier for them, and what proxies can you tell them to measure while conducting their trials to collect the data that will eventually help them report on impact. So I think the Navigator piece and the case studies they've put together, the metrics they've put together, I don't think I've seen something that rigorous in a while.
That's interesting. What do you all have to say to that? Would that be something that would be helpful for you?
Yeah, no, I think by all means I couldn't agree more. For us as a startup, the bookkeeping of this is at the early stages not easy, because you are you're doing 15 things at the same time, and we sequester carbon, we save all sorts of things, we emit less so there are quite a few things to track, and this would indeed be the way to go.
I think it's also, if I may, it's also how investors look at impact measurement, right? If you try and make it onerous for your founders and you give them a template or you give them a metrics that they need to measure against and then you let them be, then it's going to be difficult. I think it's about, like, I previously used to do even earlier stage investing, and during that process, I used to always tell founders, it's fine, let's just do back of the envelope, put together an Excel sheet, 10 data points, 5 metrics, map them to 3 SDGs, let's just start with that. It's very simple. It's not meant to be difficult. And if it is difficult, then you're doing something wrong with it. So I think it's about making it also easier for them to understand the value of, I'm preaching to the converted. Everyone understands the value of it. But I think it's about making it easier for them to actually operationally do it on a daily basis without feeling like it's a burden. And then I feel like you can scale the metrics that you're reporting on then.
Speaking of scaling, what about making a profit? I know, Borge, Ocean Sun's financial results last year were good compared to the year before. What do you think made it work?
Well, it's the increasing interest for this type of technology, and it's actually much needed when looking at the electrification. Most people live along the coast. I think 85% of world population living on the coast in the mega cities and urbanizations, and these need short traveled power from floating solar, actually. And many places, like Singapore, for instance, there is no steady wind for the turbines, and they have ample surface area on the ocean, and this energy goes directly into a stiff grid in those cities, and the rooftops are used for gardens and terraces, and the land is for recreational area or agriculture. So I think we will see a tremendous shift in the sources of the decarbonization, and I'm 100% confident that we will have huge amount of floating solar energy, whether it will be our system or other. There are competitors also, but I think it has a fantastic future, actually, and it is fully possible to make this transition for the carbonization.
Tom, how about for Arc Marine? Most reef restoration projects are currently paid for by NGOs, by charities. How do you create something more scalable?
And that's exactly why we got into the nature-based solution aspect of it. So, our primary customer is a developer or is a big engineering company building like the land reclamation projects we see around the corner. And what that does, then it puts the onus on the customer to actually integrate that solution. So for us, we're probably not going to make a profit until 2025, which is where investment comes back into it again, because you need to bridge that gap. But I think it's that trade-off between, do you want to scale a company to be a global success and to take advantage of the upcoming developments, or do you want to focus on the profit, we obviously have to have a margin, which we've already got, and it's about bringing down the cost of the economics so we compete on a fair playing field with the traditional technologies. So, there is no way that these big companies are going to hit their net zero targets using cement. It's never going to happen. So what is the cost of using an eco version of cement, which may have a higher capex cost, but it achieves other targets, secondary targets? So that, I think, is still underexplored. I think we probably all know that we're not going to hit the targets, but we need to start making big ground going towards that. And there's still a green premium, which only comes down the longer a solution is there, and the more scale that you make it at.
William, desalinator, you said you're hoping to grow it to 50 facilities a year. How are you going to get there?
Yeah, the good news is that I'm actually signing a contract for a new customer today in a circular agriculture application. Thank you very much. The facility will actually be showcased at COP28. So we're going to make, as I said, circular agriculture project. Everyone will get to taste circular strawberries at COP28. So it's a growth curve. It's the method at which we try to increase our order intake and the method at which we bring the product to the customer. Water as a service is the way to do that. Many of the people who are not having enough access to water also lack the money to buy the facilities to overcome the problem, but they do have enough money to pay for the water on a daily basis. So water as a service is, we believe, the solution to bring that water to the people, and we will grow steadily, and 50 installations per annum is definitely not an exaggerated goal.
We're going to open it up to your questions in just a minute. I just want to ask about synergies between different domains. Maya, for example, how do you see Captura fitting into the rest of the ocean community in the years to come?
We have great synergy with even everybody on the panel here today. Captura's technology can be attached to the back end of desalination plants. Their waste product is brine, and pure salt water is the input to our process. So we can take their waste product, removing their disposal costs, and then also using that as an input, running carbon removal alongside water purification. We're also going to need renewable offshore energy in order to power our systems, so that has great synergy with us as well. So we really see Captura fitting into a lot of existing ocean-based infrastructure, and will also help to build out new ocean-based infrastructure for the 21st century to supply the carbon removal we need to reach net zero.
Shruti, just before we go to the questions, everyone's on the previous panels has been asking when there's been the investor saying, what's the advice you'd give to the innovators in the room? But I want to kind of turn that on its head. What are red flags that investors should perhaps look out for in startups? Something that might say, whoa, I shouldn't go there.
Okay, team. I think team, we've spoken a lot about how team is very important. And I think, that is something that we are constantly looking at every time we make an investment, and it's much beyond just your accolades and your academic kind of background or your technical expertise, right? I think this year, if anything, has really taught us about resilience of founders. The number of companies at the earlier stages that have been closing down in the last, say, just 6 months within the climate tech space is disheartening, really. And unfortunately, it's a situation where if you don't get a bridge round in time, you're not able to extend your runway, you can't scale. You're kind of caught in that circle. And very often I've found that the difference has been how resilient the founder has been and how committed they've been to the mission that they set out to achieve. And I think obviously this room is filled with innovators who've been, who've set themselves on a mission, who are on missions that are going to take many, many years to get to, right? And so I think that's one big thing. And if we don't feel like the founder is in it for the right reasons, not committed to the mission, there isn't that willingness to hustle and to get through bad patches, then it would be a red flag for me. Another one would probably be how much they're raising. I'm not going to name names, but we have people coming to us saying, I will raise this much money at this valuation because the benchmarks in the market say that I should be raising this much. And the other 5 companies in my subsector or similar companies are also raising this much. And I think we always say, go back to brass tacks. How much money do you need and what do you need it for? And will you achieve the milestones in that time, right? That is the amount you want to be raising with some buffer. It's not about how much other people are raising. You need to be so focused on using the money for the right reasons and deploying. At the end of the day, it is your shareholders are, as committed to that mission, and you are kind of obligated to them as well. So those would be the red flags, yeah.
Thank you. All right, who's got questions out there? Yes, right here, please. Thanks. Can you just tell us your name and your organization? Thank you.
Hi, Daniel Hoofd, Kelp Blue, so we grow seaweed in Namibia. And this is a great panel because we need energy, we need desalination without putting salt in the water. We have a lot of underwater infrastructure where we want to also create reefs, and we have offshore infrastructure where we'd like to leverage the ability to do things like deacidification. So I'd love to talk to all of you. Sorry, Shruti, we don't need money right now. I've been told that's the best way to get investors to come towards you. So if you want to hear more, we're presenting at the Oceanographic Museum tomorrow at between 9 and 12. We've got a sort of a whole panel about kelp and where the industry is. But my question is for Maya. We just signed an offtake agreement last week, which really sort of turbocharges where we are. What's the sort of scale of offtake agreement, and what sort of pricing do you reckon you need to be able to make that sort of next big jump?
The Captura technology is inherently scalable, so it's really the use of the ocean, which is already covering 70% of the planet, that enables that. There really is no limit to scale. We can do carbon removal at any scale that the market demands in the future in order for us to reach net zero. So that's because we just need renewable energy and ocean water as inputs. Is your question just about what is it going to take for those offtake agreements to happen?
No, I suppose what I meant is what's the smallest scale that, I mean, you have a certain size of infrastructure and therefore a logical throughput that makes it economic, I assume.
Yeah, so right now we are building out first of a kind systems, so the costs right now aren't really representative of what they'll be in the future, but we are expecting through a lot of the LCA work, the TEA work that we've done, that we will be reaching a cost point of about $100 per ton or less at scale. But like I said, there's no limitation to how small or how big we can go. Right now, we're working through our piloting program to prove out the technology. We already have an end-to-end demonstration operational in Pasadena, California. That is a pilot that's removing 1 ton of CO2 from the atmosphere per year. That's going to be an 100 times scale up to our second pilot that's launching this summer, and then we'll move to an 1,000-ton scale pilot. We believe that that'll get our every component of the technology to a point where we're ready to deploy commercially, and then we will move into that commercial scale after that, where we definitely will be interested in some of those offtake agreements.
Thank you. Another question? In the house? Sorry. Don't be shy. Does anyone else have another question? All right, well, I guess then we'll just wrap up. Why don't each of you, just in a few sentences, tell me how you see or what you hope will be the future for both your business and the industry. I don't know, I'd like to start, Borja.
Well, I think it's a bright future. Many people, and especially young people, are concerned and learn about the global heating and adverse weather and everything. And I think being in the sector that can do something about this, and to increase on a large scale the use of renewables and the electrification of society, I think it's a fantastic place to be in, and great to work in that sphere, so to say.
Thank you. Tom?
Yeah, from a company perspective, we'd like to complete our pilots. We've just built our first manufacturing plant, which will enable us to produce 150,000 tons of reef cubes a year, turn over 12 million euros. So to get that plant up and running and to maximize it would be great. And then from an industry perspective, we'd like to see more of the tenders that we've seen in Holland, so more bid criteria, not stating, we don't want to see any negative effects, we want to see positive effects. So putting the onus back on the developer to actually improve the environment is what we'd like to see more across the globe. And for the big players in the industry, the big energy companies, to make a pledge to say, we're going to be building with nature moving forward on any new development. And at the moment, some of them are still thinking we don't have to do it. And that's not the attitude to have if we genuinely believe we're in a biodiversity crisis.
Thank you. William.
Yeah, where to start? No, I think that from our perspective, there is a lot of work to do. There is a lot of work to be done. I think for our specific niche, we have found a pathway to do it. Given that we are now in the phase where we start to roll out assets, we believe that the financiers will stand with us, and we look forward to reporting regularly on how much carbon we have saved and all the other metrics that we measure.
Thank you. Maya.
I think we'd like to see at Captura more recognition with the value proposition of carbon removal. A question that we get so often is, okay, well, you're drawing down CO2, but how are you making money? Where is the profit coming from? And so that really comes down to there being a cost to climate change. Economists worldwide have done a lot of assessments to see what this exactly will look like, and we know now that there's a cost to climate change that we either need to pay today or we're going to see a much higher cost in the future. So climate change solutions that have a low cost of production that can address emissions are going to be really valuable for us. If we look at aviation as an example, in order to decarbonize that entire industry, we're going to have to build out an entire new fleet of electric planes, or maybe replace all the fuels with hydrogen. It's going to take some time, and it's really difficult to do. It's energy intensive, it's capital intensive, and it's time intensive. And with climate change, we just don't have that kind of time to wait. Carbon removal offers a way to address these emissions cheaper, faster, and on a non-disruptive basis. So if you approach the CEO of United Airlines, for example, and say, I can take care of these emissions for you at a fraction of the cost that it'll take you and at a fraction of the time, then there's a huge value proposition there. So in the end, the lower your cost of production, the higher that value proposition will be. At Captura, like I said, we have about an $100 per ton cost point that we're estimating at scale. And because of that low cost and inherent scalability of the solution, we really believe that we will emerge as what we hope to be one of, if not the lowest cost climate change solutions, and really be a major player in addressing net zero.
Thank you, Maya. Shruti, just a few words in closing.
What we're looking forward to was your
Yeah.
question. Well, I think for specifically, I think as a sector, I'd love to see a lot more climate funds actually allocating pots for water tech. Anything that talks about anything that does something interesting in water, and acknowledging it as an important vertical within climate, which currently people are still playing catch up with. I think in terms of future plan and in terms of our blue ocean, we've made a few investments already, and I think what excites me the most right now is something to do with port infrastructure. So we haven't done something in that space. That's a really interesting space because we find that to be very often when we're looking at decks, one of the challenges tends to be that the port infrastructure is not green enough, or there's issues with that to enable the tech that goes into sea, for instance. So that will be an area that we're going to do a deep dive into. And then personally, I think for me, oceans are very, very close to my heart. I grew up in a coastal city. I've had lived experience through a tsunami. I understand, the impact that it can have on families. I think for me personally, I'd love to do something I'd love to see a lot more in disaster risk resilience and building sort of resilience of coastal communities, and making that a viable business model and proving that you can create both positive impact while also making money, through something in that space.
Great. Shruti, thank you so much. Thanks to all of you for that great panel on the future of coastal infrastructure. Thanks to all of you. It's now time for a quick coffee break. We're going to meet back here in 20 minutes' time for our final panel of the day. This will be on blue artificial intelligence, and we'll also have our closing remarks from His Serene Highness, Prince Albert II. Thanks to all. Merci. Ladies and gentlemen, if everyone could start moving back into the house, we'll start heading into the final portion of this Ocean Innovators platform. If everyone could start coming back in and taking your seats, we'll begin in just a few minutes' time. Right. Ladies and gentlemen, would everyone please come back into the house and take your seats? Our next session is about to begin. maintenant? Ladies and gentlemen, would you please come into the house and take a seat? We're about to start our final session of this Ocean Innovators platform. Okay, welcome back, everyone. All of us here today know how big a problem plastics are for our oceans. More than 8 million tons of plastic go into the world's oceans each year, and by the year 2050, we're projected to have more plastic in the ocean than fish. But fortunately, there are some incredible innovators out there committed to tackling this global issue. One of those innovators is Rodrigo Garcia Gonzalez. He is the co-founder and co-CEO of Notpla, a company that's working to revolutionize the packing industry. Would you please welcome him now, along with Desiree Fixler, for a fireside chat. Why don't we just sit here? Yeah, perfect. This is a real pleasure. I'm so excited to have this chat.
Same.
Your company, Notpla, which stands for Not Plastic, was founded, as we've just heard, to revolutionize the packaging industry, to provide a sustainable alternative, of course, to plastic. Your products are all natural, biodegradable, made from seaweed. And there's a vast range of uses for the products. Not to mention, of course, the immense positive environmental impact by tackling, of course, the plastic pollution problem. One thing to mention is Notpla is the recipient of a very prestigious award, environmental award, called, in 2022, they were the winner of the Earthshot Prize for building a waste-free world. So let's get down into it, and hopefully our conversation will light up the room. Please, can you tell us about Notpla's products? Almost sounds too good to be true. And the current uses, and at what stage is your company at?
Perfect, sure. So we have done a few different products. So the first product that we created, we call it O, and it's a membrane made out of seaweed that can contain liquid. And the interesting thing is that you can eat it. So if you want to have one, Desiree?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can cheers on the stage.
Should I?
So we have used it for things like the London Marathon, where we provide it to every runner. Cheers.
Okay. Oh, cheers. There we go. All right.
How is it?
It is a bit chewy. It's good. It is.
I think we'll have some of them afterwards for everyone to try if you want. So yeah, we started with this product. We started to package liquids. That is one of the hardest things to package in a really similar way that nature package any other type of liquid using membranes. Our membranes are made out of seaweed. Probably quite a lot of you know all the benefits from seaweed, but it grows quite fast. It desacidifies the ocean. And basically, we started to make the machinery to make these products back in a few years ago out of Imperial College London. We got some funding from some people in the room to start to, thanks Jamie, to start a bit this adventure and yeah, to package different things. We started with things like water. We did Tropicana juice for events like Roland Garros. So we provide to everyone who attended the Roland Garros something similar to an orange. And then from there, we started to package ketchup for takeaway delivery. There had been with a partnership with Just Eat, who is a takeaway delivery partner in the UK. And they asked us, besides the ketchup, can you do something else? Can you provide some solution for our takeaway boxes? So I don't know if people know, but takeaway boxes have this issue that they need a liner. They need a plastic liner or a coating in order to keep the food inside of the cardboard. And we said, yes, let's try to solve that. And we have been producing boxes now at a scale. So at the moment, we are in 8 different countries. Germany is our biggest market so far, followed by the UK, where we basically coat seaweed into the paper in large scale. So that had been one of the biggest achievements of the team this year. We were able to replace last year 3 million boxes instead of made from plastic, made out of from seaweed. And this year we are hopefully making up to 50 million boxes. So it's kind of like a really big jump for us in terms of scales. Besides that, we have been working with the team in other type of products. So we do flexible films for different things like food. In this case, you can put the package into the.
And by the way, just to make the point, because I've tried it, there's no taste to it, so it's not going to change the flavor of the food. There's literally no taste. Yeah, there's no taste.
We have doing things like this is a little pipette for olive oil, and then you can control the dosage. So it's a bit like making fruits. You can still eat it if you want. Toothpaste pearls. So the applications are quite varied. It's a bit like making fruits instead of making plastic. And we try to find what type of seaweed is better for depending the properties that is needed. And yeah, that's what we are.
That's amazing. Now, we heard earlier about, green premiums. What's your price point like compared to plastic?
Sure. So in the boxes, that is the main product that we have at the moment, we are cost competitive with plastic at this point on time. So we sell at the same price, even if we manufacture in the UK. That is not the cheapest place to manufacture. Our boxes are cost competitive with those boxes made with PLA or other type of coating, which is great to achieve because we were only to achieve this year with big scale. So once you produce in the millions is when you start to lower the cost in the packaging world. It's a game of volumes. So you need to have that scale in order to provide that.
So, on a personal note, what inspired you to set the company up? Was there an event or a situation that drove you to take this type of action?
Well, my personal story is a bit varied. So I started as an architect, so nothing to do with this. And I worked in academia for many years, working a lot with plastic waste. So I was building different type of even bridges out of plastic bottles in different countries. And then I was working on a different project in Imperial College London. I was building some artificial clouds to deliver water where it's needed. So it was big balloons that you can put on the ocean and get the water from the sea in a vapor state, so you can elevate that water, same way that like clouds are formed, and then deliver that water where it was needed. And in that moment of trying to find solutions of delivering that water in a format that was not plastic, I started to experiment with different type of materials and membranes, and remember coming with the first bubble to my supervisor and say, look what and the supervisor is, Rodrigo, your projects are the clouds, not the bubbles, focus on the clouds. And then we didn't manage to, we made the first clouds. We were going to get some funding from Rolex at that point. That didn't went through. But we did some good progress with the bubbles, and we got some European Union funding, following with some investor funding that make the small project grow, and the bigger project shrink a bit.
That's so cool. I mean, you're talking about transforming packaging, and of course, there's a set industry. How has it been received? How has your alternative your biodegradable, edible alternative been received by large industrial companies, food companies, drink companies, and consumer goods companies?
Yeah, so we need to work with big companies basically to have an impact. At the same time, some of the big corporations that sell sometimes products in plastic, they are benefiting from the status quo that there is at the moment. So it's quite hard to make that change. Right. They have adapted their supply chain and their times to that material. And we believe that plastic is an amazing material at the same time. You know, like it works really well. It performs amazing. They have like super barrier properties. The big mismatch that we see is that the time of use that we give it is a material that's going to be 700 years out there, and we use it for a matter of a few minutes. So it's where we need to do as change. And coming back to the question, we have been working, or we are working with big corporations. Normally we have the internal thought that they are like big elephants, so they take big time to move. But yeah, once they are in motion, hopefully something could happen. At the moment, we're working with a few. Out of the public ones, we're working with Decathlon, so we are launching 5 products in the market this year with them, which is exciting. We have a few things with Unilever that they had been done in the past, a few things with PepsiCo, a few things with a few on cosmetic side that we cannot talk too much about it. But I think it's interesting. All of these, yeah, it takes a long time, and the R&D cycles that these companies have are 5-10 years. Right. I was speaking with a R&D team in a FMCG company. I'm not going to mention who, and they say like just to launch a cookie it took them 10 years. So imagine to launch a new material or a revolutionary idea of you can eat your packaging. It's a bit sometimes takes a few times.
They're feeling the urgency to take action, so yeah. That's really good to hear. Now moving to what governments can do and how governments can accelerate this transformation. Certain governments have passed restrictions on the use of single-use plastics, like here in the EU, the UK, India, and in the US, the state of California. Have they gone far enough, and are they being enforced? And then finally, what else can governments do?
Yes, so I think there is quite a lot of movement lately, which is good, around single-use plastics legislation happening in different parts. There is different bets, so a lot of the bets from the European Union are in basically reusing and recycling. There's sometimes that I think reusing makes sense in quite a lot of places, especially setups like this. You don't need an ojo to drink. You can have a water glass, so completely agree on that. In other cases, recycling is not an option. For example, in the case of ketchup sachets, you cannot reuse it, you cannot recycle. So we think like compostables in that case is a good way to go. We have been working with governments ourselves, so we have run a pilot this year in Chile, sponsored by DEFRA, that is the UK department. And we have been running a pilot in Ghana, in Africa, sponsored by the UN, basically to replace water sachets. And I think, yeah, it's a push not only from governments, but as well from consumers, from big companies, from innovators, to try to accelerate this change that I think we need it. And I always say that like we had the solution in the past, so we had been living without plastic for many centuries, and we have been able to eat, to consume, to trade without the need of this material. So we do have these solutions. Most of the time are not in the forms of new materials, are forms of systems or reusables or specific ways of doing things. And I think we should revisit some of those.
You know, it's a very good point. You know, so often like we blame industry, we blame government, but you know, we ourselves need to do our bit, right? So we consumers need to change our patterns and our preferences. So we've heard all about your products, and they're certainly innovative and environmentally friendly. But you know, take a company like Tesla. Right? So we know that they're revolutionizing and they've scaled electric vehicles. But there's been some criticisms of Tesla that maybe they're not so carbon light on the production of their cars. So for your business, do you also address your carbon footprint with regard to production and distribution? And so are you minimizing your production emissions, as well as minimizing water use and waste?
Yes, we try to do our best from our space or from our role. An example of that, for example, from the seaweed, from the biomass, 20% of that seaweed gets extracted to this form of hydrocolloid that we use in different products to make the ojo or to make the films. And the rest is a fiber that until now we have not been using. And last year we started to make a seaweed paper. So basically it's a paper that is made out of seaweed, out of that fiber that before was a waste. And at the moment we're selling that paper for quite a lot of different products. Have advantages against other type of fiber because seaweed doesn't have lignin, that is this component of the trees that you need to remove to get the cellulose. So it's better in terms of like carbon emissions. And yeah, and in other forms, we try to track as much as we can all the carbon emissions of our products. It's something that we are trying to use as a selling point to some of the companies that we work with, but at the same time for improving ourselves. So we have an impact team at the moment in-house trying to track where our main carbon emissions or resource come from, and we try to reduce them as much as we can.
Cool. So we're talking about seaweed. Studies have shown that seaweed is many times more effective at carbon capture than plants. So how can you, you want to use as much seaweed as possible. I tasted it and I'm seeing it, this is an incredible and a needed alternative. But at the same time, you don't want to diminish the supply of seaweed, especially for dependent local communities and the ecosystem. So how do you strike that balance in using seaweed, but also not disrupting the ecosystem?
Sure, we're trying to support as well from our role. So we don't grow seaweed. I know some of the people in the audience do. We have been supporting and trying to use our buying power as well to support best practice on seaweed cultivation. So we have invested, for example, a little bit in a seaweed farm in Wales called Carrymore, that they work quite nicely in terms of seaweed management. Mm-hmm. And yeah, we try to understand as well what type of biomass or seaweeds at the moment are not in use. So those algae blooms that we sometimes see in terms of sargassum, etc. We're trying to see if we can give them a use and try to understand almost each community what is the best use that we have for that biomass and try to answer those needs. We think as well that there is not only seaweed in terms of biomass, so we are using more and more, for example, fruit peels or residues from other biomass. So there is this company, for example, we collaborated now in Spain. They do almonds, so they do all the almonds that they get shipped to the UK, and we integrate the skin of the almonds into the packaging as well. So we make a flexible film that is half seaweed, half almonds, to contain almonds. So we always believe on this idea of circularity in that way.
Well, on that point, the seaweed obviously is around the world. How are you sourcing your seaweed, and do you bring it back to the UK? Or, is there a plan for your company actually to engage with local communities and actually produce the packaging locally so that there is less of a distribution of scope 3 emissions, and also it's an opportunity for job creation and wealth creation locally? So how are you planning your local community engagement for your company?
Sure. So I think we are relatively small. We are 74 people. So we only have a relatively local impact, being like UK and Europe. Most of our seaweed gets sourced in Europe. So we try to do our best, even if it's a higher price, to source seaweed as local as we can. We are exploring other seaweeds from many other resources or many other regions. But yes, once we start to have a global impact in other regions, we try to plan to have local production in those areas. We plan to be a bit like, we're a B2B2C company, so we plan to provide technology and packaging materials to other companies that at the moment use plastic and empower them to produce without it. And we are starting now to have plans for our Series B that is going to focus in expanding to the US. And that will involve at the beginning shipping from the UK, which is not the most efficient way to do things. But once the validation is there and the consumer's adoption is there, we hopefully optimize that fairly quickly.
So what can we do as consumers to help the proliferation of eradicating single-use plastics? So let's just fast forward to 10 years. How do you envision your products being scaled in the market, and how might things be different for us with regard to, as an example, food and drink?
So I suppose in terms of food and drink, it's a bit having common sense, and I think we do have quite a lot of solutions in order not to use plastics. So sometimes it's a bit not being lazy about things. Sometimes it's about adopting different systems or different solutions that there's out there. But as well, there is some space, I think, for new things. We don't claim that we have the solution for everything. We do see that we have some solutions for small consumption or small volumes in instant consumption, things like marathons, things like takeaway. We are quite similar to fruits, so where a fruit could work, that fruit has been working in many different occasions, we have a say. At the moment, we are not focusing on replacing a bottle that can last for 3 years in a supermarket shelf, because we don't believe it's our space or the material. In order to biodegrade really quickly, it needs to have a certain shelf life, even the packaging. So that's our focus at the moment.
Okay, well, thank you so much for that. That was enlightening. Thank you again,
Thank
Rodrigo. And best of luck. And look out for NotPla. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that, Rodrigo. I'm sure everyone's looking forward to tasting those. What flavor were they? What was it? I promised. Oh, elderflower. All right, everyone be prepared. A little bit of elderflower is coming your way. Desiree, stay here. It's time for our final panel of this Ocean Innovators platform. This is a panel that I'm sure is going to provoke a lot of discussion, a lot of questions. This is about AI in the deep blue, data and discovery. Would you please welcome with me now the panelists, Joost Den Haan from Plan Blue, George Richards from Community Jamil, Philippe Dupré from Laval, Courtney Opchong from Blue Ocean Gear, and Jean-Marc Timos from Semantic TS. Let's give them a round of applause. Can you get in? Okay, thank you guys. I'm really excited about this panel as well. So as we've heard, with regard to the oceans, we lack data. And that's a huge barrier to addressing key issues such as overfishing and biodiversity loss. But new technologies, thankfully, are coming to the rescue, transforming the way we understand and manage our ocean. So we're going to hear from our expert panelists on this session the latest developments taking place in this sector. I'm first going to go through, just very briefly, I'll introduce each of our panelists. We have Jean-Marc Timos, and let me just get your very, very esteemed bio. Jean-Marc is the CEO of Semantic TS, and his company focuses on oceanography, underwater acoustics, software development, and AI dedicated to the monitoring of maritime environment. Next to Jean-Marc is Professor Philippe Dupré, and he is an advanced computing specialist with expertise in digital infrastructures and fair compliant research data management. Courtney Opchong is the CEO of Blue Ocean Gear, a tech company providing smart buoys, as we say in the States, but I think in the UK they say buoys, for commercial fishing fleets to track gear on the ocean, as well as deliver mission-critical data. We have Joost Den Haan, the CEO and co-founder of Plan Blue, which developed a novel seafloor monitoring technology to ground truth aerial and satellite imagery to help unlock the blue carbon industry. And then finally, George Richards is the director of Community Jamil, an independent global organization advancing science and learning to understand and address pressing human challenges, including climate change. Okay, so here we go. Joost, I'm going to start off with you. I think we were going to have a visual at some point, but let's see if it hits the screen. Now, water covers about 70% of the Earth's surface, yet we know very little about what's happening below. Amongst other things, Plan Blue's technology maps the ocean floor. Why is it vital to do this, to baseline, track, and also health check the ocean floor?
Yeah, thanks a lot. It's really great to be here. I think the answer is quite simple. If you look outside and you look towards the ocean, you actually don't see the seafloor, which covers 70% of our planet. And it's such a huge, important area for so many different reasons. And visualizing that in a very standardized and objective way is really important to make informed decisions. And yeah, we really lack also a good understanding of why it is so important down there, because we don't live there. And because we don't live there, it's difficult to interpret what we're actually seeing. I also had a very similar story what I heard Nico Rosberg say today. I had that experience myself when I was a diver. I'm still a diver, and going to the seafloor and seeing actually what it's like and what it shouldn't be like, and somebody else confirming, hey, this is the most amazing thing I've ever seen, whereas the coral reef was 98% dead. And that for me was a really big realization, okay, there's some really important data that we're missing of the seafloor, because ultimately the seafloor has huge economic and ecological value. It has one of the best atmospheric carbon sequesters we know down there, like seagrasses, which we need to protect, and they're a super important nature-based solution to help get the CO2 out of the atmosphere as quickly as possible. And bottom line, we need really good, high-quality data for that.
Okay, thank you very much. Jean-Marc, can you please discuss Symantec's technology and the use of artificial intelligence to collect ocean data and its applications to both the public and private sectors?
Okay, so basically our core business is to use this sound to better understand the marine environment. To do that, we use acoustics to monitor the environment, and indeed, using acoustics is definitely the privileged way to infer the environment, because, as you probably know, electromagnetic signals are strongly attenuated by the water, whereas acoustics can travel hundreds of kilometers. So based on that, we provide services, software, and products to better analyze everything related to underwater. From that, we've developed some algorithm for the French Navy to classify the signal, because the first thing that springs to mind when it comes to measuring using sound is obviously the sounder. And the sounder is quite simple. It's the travel time of the sound wave to travel, to reach the bottom and to come back. But if you go deeper in the signal, then you can have a tremendous amount of information about what's at the bottom of the ocean. Is it sand? Is it rock? Is it vegetation? And all that is possible with algorithmics and signal processing. So we've developed and sold such a technology for the French Navy, and it's used on a regular basis to analyze the sea bottom and to build the sediment map of the ocean. And then we decided to switch to shallow water monitoring and environmental purposes, using basically the same techniques, but adapted to shallow water. This is especially important for the following of the Posidonia meadow. As you probably know, it's a huge carbon sink, and there's a lot of regulation nowadays to control and to restrict the moving of the ships, for instance. And we have definitely to know whether it's useful or not. And to do that, we need figures. And to have these figures, we can use this technology to monitor to see if it has decreased, if the Posidonia meadow is spreading or not, if the policy are efficient or not. And spoiling alert, they are efficient. But we need figures to do that. Yet this process is a very time-consuming process, It implies heavy logistics. It implies people traveling by car, by boat. And that's why we don't have the visual. Okay, that's why we had the idea to propose a suitcase, basically, a connected suitcase that can do exactly the same thing that from the French Navy, classify the bottom of the ocean. Obviously, getting the depths using bathymetry, the temperature, and a lot of information from the seabed using this technology. This way, it can be operated remotely by lightly trained operators, and the data is sent back to our cloud servers where they are processed by our expert team, and hence we can have information about the seabed.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to get to Courtney and George. They also have technological initiatives to collect ocean data. Before I do, I'd like to hear from Philippe about, I mean, we have so many initiatives here in collecting ocean data, but these are different puzzle pieces, right? How can you put the puzzle pieces together to get a clear picture view? So, can you please explain the fair research principle and the use and how that can be applied to standardize ocean data and make it accessible for the general public?
Yeah, sure. Well, the fair data management and stewardship principles were crystallized in a paper in 2016 in Nature that was cited 9,000 times so far, so that's a lot of citation. And that followed discussion between several research communities, including those interested in web semantic questions. And FAIR, it's an acronym. It stands for data being findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. And the overarching goal of FAIR data is to preserve the value of the data over time. And it's very important, especially in the ocean sector, because the data you generate, you collect, is typically very expensive to acquire. I'm sure that the instrumentation used by Joost or by Jean-Marc is state of the art. So you really want to keep the value of this data over time. And in order to achieve that, you have to make the data fair. And I'll just go over quickly each of the letter of the acronym to give you an idea of what it means to make your data fair. So first, the F for findable. And basically it means that your data should be findable by search engines such as Google dataset search. And that means that when Google is crawling the web, it should find information about your data products. So basically, who made it, who is the data owner, when it was acquired, with which instrumentation, and so forth. So the idea of FAIR principle is to document as much as possible your data so that other user, whether human or machine user, can really understand what the data is about. The A for accessible is relatively straightforward, means that you should not use proprietary technology or protocols or format to access and read the data. And I will just mention something about the accessible aspect of FAIR. Accessible doesn't mean that your data should be free and open, okay? Heavily protected data can be fair. Basically what you need in that case is a way, a mechanism so that people can reach out to you and ask for a collaboration, for example. And the I for interoperable means that you should stick to standards, ontologies, control vocabularies, terminologies to describe your data. From what I understand, in the ocean sector, physical measurements are quite standardized, but I was discussing with Joost earlier, and all the biodiversity and all the biology-related data are not as standardized as physical data. And finally, the R for reusable is the goal of the FAIR principle, allows other to reuse the data again. And that would be my message today. If you are a data holder, data owner, just take a step back, give a little bit fair love to your data so that other can also use them in the future.
Thank you very much. That's what needs to be done for sure, but of course, you have private, for-profit companies, and of course, some of your clients might not want the data to go out freely. So there's a natural conflict, right, between acquiring the data by certain private companies and making it accessible. Courtney, can you please start off by explaining Blue Ocean Gear's technology and also address this challenge of integrating data and making it accessible for the general public for sharing?
Sure. So our smart buoy technology was developed primarily to track fishing gear out on the ocean. By tracking gear, we can help reduce gear loss, which is a tremendous problem. Over 75% of the Great Pacific Garbage Patch is due to fishing-related sources. Over 30% of marine species have been impacted by ghost fishing. So if you can track something out on the ocean, you're less likely to lose it. But we've, with our additional sensor suite on the buoys, we can now provide, not just where their gear is, but what's going on with it out on the water. So we can tell fishermen whether their gear was washed away by a storm, whether it was entangled by a marine mammal, was it dragged under by tides or strong current. It helps them with their operations, and we can provide data analytics for these customers that give them a better idea of what's happened seasonally. Was their gear sliced off by gear conflict, even whether their gear was poached or gear theft during the season. So all of this is a very powerful tool for our initial hardware customers, but we are primarily a data company. As we do own the data, but we recognize that the fishermen are very protective of what that data is and where they fish. But this is such an opportunity here to have gear that's already out on the ocean and being able to collect data for other industries that are adjacent to the fishing industry. So a lot about our company has been to develop relationships with our customers, build up that trust, and now they actually ask to share the data, because a lot of the data products that we're able to provide can actually help support the fishing industry as well. So better meteorological predictions, or offshore wind where there's co-location with a fishing industry. Getting data from that region in a spatial resolution that's required can actually help with deconflict some of those situations.
Thank you very much. George, Community Jameel, of course, is focused on many different sustainable development goals. But I'm going to focus on one project that's actually here in Monaco. You're sponsoring this innovative project here in Monaco to deploy underwater systems to assess marine life in the sea. Could you tell us how your data collection will help conserve marine life and decrease biodiversity loss here, and how you're interacting with your local partners?
Thank you very much. I think the first point is my esteemed colleagues have spoken about the importance of data and very innovative new technologies. What was exciting to us was the opportunity to test and start to advance recording systems that could be rapidly scaled globally, including into harder to reach and low resource settings around the world. The baited remote underwater video systems you mentioned, Desiree, BRUVs, they're pretty basic. There's a sort of metal rig of about 3 struts. There's a box with some bait in, and then there are these cameras. So they're relatively inexpensive. They're easily assembled and disassembled, easy to operate, and can be, as I said, deployed into difficult contexts. They're very robust. That's the thing that excited us, is how can we start to scale up these technologies and get them around the world? Why Monaco? Well, Community Jameel, as you mentioned, we're an institution that supports science and research. We do quite a bit of work in the climate change space, but we're new entrants into the oceans world. And so we were looking for trusted and experienced partners, and who better than the Fondation Prince Albert II de Monaco and the Monegasque Association for the Protection of Nature. But also, I think we took inspiration from Monaco's long history as a laboratory, as a great place for experimentation and testing of new innovations and technologies. And so our hope is that through this pilot project, we can then look to continue to scale up the deployment of these technologies around the world.
Thank you so much. Joost, what is your view on this challenge of data sharing, for the general, public benefit? And then I'm going to ask you a second question on what's needed to scale up data collection. But the first one, your view on data integration and sharing.
Yeah, sure. I would have loved to show my image, because I really believe in visualizations and visualizing how important the C4 is on multiple levels. But anyway, you can check it out on planblue.com. It has a similar. Oh, there it is. Wonderful.
There you go.
So yeah, this is an image that we took with our underwater monitoring technology that combines AI with underwater navigation and advanced imaging, including hyperspectral. So what you see at the bottom is a piece of seagrass that we actually monitor not far from here in France. And what you are able to do by using AI, you can automatically detect what we're actually looking at, so that everybody can understand, am I looking at seagrass, colored in green? Is it something else, colored in yellow? And then you can also go other levels above it. And one very important indicator is health. Because we can talk about, okay, there's so much seagrass, there's 50% seagrass or whatsoever, that only says so much if you know if it is actually in a good state or not. Because if you have a good, healthy seagrass, it means you're looking at the carbon sequester. If you're not looking at, if you look at an unhealthy one, then you're looking at the carbon emitter, so to say. And I think it's very important to visualize this, and this also comes to sharing data. I think that's really important to share the importance of the C4. But I also must admit that it really depends on the type of customer that you work with. Because some customers will just not want to, share their data. If you, for example, monitor in an offshore wind area and you're looking at corrosion of pillars or whatsoever, they will probably not be inclined to share that data that potentially goes to the competitor. So it's always it's a trade-off, but it's something that you need to discuss up front before you do a project. You say, hey, our intent is to actually share the data. I think that's really important. If they don't want that yet, then that affects the price ultimately. But it should be the goal to make data available, because it's really the power in data is in combining different data sets with one another. What we provide is one piece of the puzzle. But the pieces of puzzles together, that's really where you get your ultimate value. We really focus on high detailed data, which you then ground truth to larger scale data sets. So satellite imagery becomes more usable, aerial imagery or drone imagery that you get becomes more usable, because ultimately it needs to lead to scale. You need to create large maps, lots of information, so you can make good informed decisions in an objective way.
So what incentives are there, to get private companies to release that data and effectively scale up the data collection? What about incentives like blue carbon or biodiversity credits? Would that help?
I think especially for blue carbon credits and biodiversity credits, it's very important to be transparent and to be aware, okay, how do we calculate carbon stock? How do we calculate the diversity? Because if you have very rough estimations of what's going on, you run into the chance that the value of your credits is only so much. And so that's why I think it's very important to be transparent how you get to that point. That's also what we're trying to do at Plan Blue. Really show, okay, we first scan a certain C4 area. We say, okay, what percentage, if this is seagrass, how healthy is that related to stock, so you can very clearly get to a number. And I think that level of transparency is especially important with the whole carbon credits. I mean, we've seen what happened with certain projects in the past few months. Good data quality transparency is really important.
Well, on that one, talking about that, Jean-Marc, how can we ensure that we have reliable data sets? Does AI help data objectivity and reliability?
Okay, so ensuring the reliability of data is a complex task, but it is critical, and it is true that a lot of environmental and political decisions are based upon these records. So this is critical to have not to compare apple and pears, to have the tracking of every parameter that has been used to collect the data. And quite often, on the maps available on the web, you don't have this information. So we have to track every signature record. This is a complex task.
I'm just going to point out that your visual is here.
So too late. Okay. To do that, we have to ensure two things. First, the precision of the survey. Precision is where the data is located on Earth. We're using GPS, of course, but a lot of techniques. You have to precisely put the data. Then the resolution. This is basically the size of the pixel. This is really important. And if we want, for instance, to compare the efficiency of a policy regarding the mooring of the yacht and to see if it helps protecting the Posidonia meadow, we compare, for instance, two surveys made 10 years apart. The first one with a device that has a 10-meter precision, and the last one with a 1-meter precision because it's a better hardware. And we want to get information from that. You can hardly get any relevant information for this comparison. And yet, it is, unfortunately, the way the decision process are made this way today. So we have to explain people how to compare data, to use it. To your second question, how to use AI to, and does it help to better know if the data is reliable or not? Well, first idea is, on the contrary, AI needs a lot of labeled and reliable data to train the neural models. It's like learning, making a machine learn is like teaching a kid. It's basically carrot and stick methodology. And to explain what's the expected right answer, you have to collect a lot of ground truth. This is what's expected for the machine, so that you can say wrong or right. As a parent, for the ground truth, you can check Google or more hype ChatGPT. But as an oceanographer or an hydrographer, to check this, you need to send divers or to use technology, for instance, to have ground truth about that. So, but this is a hard process, and the data, even if we have AR, even more if we have ER, is critical, and reliable data needs that. On the other way around, once the neural network is trained efficiently on a given context, then it can be a virtuous circle, because it can help detect what we hold to be true and is not regarding the ground truth. The human, they make mistake. So sometimes the artificial intelligence can detect, and up to now, for instance, we are 96% of success with automation artificial intelligence. And sometimes the machine can see stuff that a human being cannot see. So this way we can, it's a virtuous cycle. Machine helps human, and human helps machine. It's important to notice, I would like to add this, we often heard that 5% of the ocean is known, is mapped. But we have to keep in mind that the objective is not to map 100%. At least it should not be the final objective, because it's just a snapshot. And what is required is a continuous endeavor to monitor and to compare, to know the evolution of the seabed. And the seabed is changing. The seagrass is disappearing. There is coral reef disappearing. So we should invest in technology to ensure that we have, in the long term, in the repeatable way, the techniques and the methodology to follow the evolution, and not only a snapshot.
Understood. Courtney, I'm going to move to you, and we're going to move to government. How can government weigh in on the solutions here? So, of course, governments need reliable data to make better informed decisions. So, how could, as an example, your data help regulatory agencies in fisheries and adjacent ocean industries for better policy making?
Sure. If it's possible to get the visual up, that'd be great too. I think we use the term ocean data very, very broadly, and I think when we look at decisions that are being made in ocean industries, we have to look at what decisions are being made, what data do we need, and how and where does that data need to come from. This image here is these images here are from the snow crab fishery in New Brunswick, Canada. This is a fishery that is under very tight scrutiny because of whale entanglement aspects of that are occurring in the fishery. Before last year, there was no data coming in from the fishery. Fishermen were setting their gear, and at the end of the season, like that, it's a very much a very technology had not really come into that fishery. So last season we had 150 smart buoys out with a single customer collecting data from the fishing gear. This year we'll have almost 300 buoys out with multiple customers. This is information that then they had agreed to share this with the Department of Fisheries and Oceans. It can help inform fisheries of where the fishing effort is, what's going on in the fishery, how that gear can be managed, how to make better decisions. I think we have to look at the quality of the data and also, again, the spatial resolution and the temporal resolution of when we're getting that data and how it's being used. Machine learning is a great example. It's only as good as the data that you're feeding in. And so whether it's for fisheries or for other industries that are dependent on ocean data, we have to look at what data we're really collecting and how it's disseminated. And the more, this is, for a lot of these, the case is, yes, the more data we get, the better, but we do have to be very careful in how we go about that.
Okay, thank you. Philippe, so we're discussing challenges of standardizing, collecting, and integrating data. How can the blue community best overcome these hurdles? And is there another industry that provides a model example, an industry where we can learn from, where they successfully share data?
Yeah, there are indeed several barriers to data sharing and integration. I come from a background in the medical sector, and the largest barrier there is the fact that you are handling personal information, so it's difficult to share that. In the ocean sector, the barrier is mostly related to the fact that at some point somebody paid for the data, and the data owner might not want to share. And when your client is the Navy, for instance, you cannot share it by contract. So there are ways around that, not around that, but I mean to address this. I guess the first step is, just making the data findable. So the F in fair is a big step, because now you are telling the world, well, I have this data, and you describe the data products. You don't, put the data on the web for everybody to consume. But at least people know that these data products exist. So that's the first step. Another way, and this is used increasingly in the medical sector, we do what we call distributed analysis or federated learning. So basically what you do is, instead of transferring data to third party, you ask the third party to come with the analysis to your data. So basically, you never lose control over your data, and you can always control the data usage. So basically, in a federated learning fashion in artificial intelligence, the model goes from one institution to the other, but the data is never transferred to a party to another. So that gives confidence to all parties, so that everything is under control. So in the medical sector, that works great, and I'm pretty sure that the blue water community can adapt and adopt these practices. And last, I guess we have to recognize that the largest successes in data standardization and integration were led by the private sector. When we think about, the consumer electronic market, where you have companies, rival companies that are coming together, developing standard. For example, the HDMI standard that you all know was developed by Sony, Philips, Hitachi, Panasonic, and I guess the same should also happen in the ocean sector. So the idea is that when you band together like this, everybody will benefit in the long run. And that would be another message for you. Try to bring together the private and the public sector to develop these standards that we need to move forward.
Okay, thank you. George, you work with various stakeholders, including policymakers, scientists, local communities, to also address the needs of the global south. How can technology play a role to ensure their vital needs are being met? And the second question I have, and I'll open it up for everyone else to weigh in on, is the question about the recently signed UN Treaty for High Seas. Did it go far enough?
Thank you very much. Yeah, so as well as our Monaco partners on the project I was talking about earlier, we're also working with Blue Abacus, which is an Australian company set up by researchers at the University of Western Australia, and Fishbase, which is an incredible institution in Manila in the Philippines, which is cataloging and monitoring fish and other marine life for the world. And we need more fish-based type institutions. We need to have greater coverage, greater participation by researchers and scientists around the world. We need a distributed model. If we're going to cover the vast ocean, all the seas, we need researchers not just in the global north, but also in the global south. That requires science funding to be deployed differently. We've heard a lot about how SDG 14 is the most poorly funded of the SDGs, but a lot of the SDG 14 funding that there is going to the global north, and we need to see more scientists, researchers, centers of excellence, networks of researchers all over the world. That will improve the ability of us all to measure and gather data for what's happening in the seas. And I would go further to say that it's not just sort of hard data, binary numbers, binary data numbers and so on. It's also traditional knowledge and indigenous wisdom that needs to be incorporated into the broad data sets that inform our understanding of the health of the oceans. To the point about the High Seas Treaty, we were greatly pleased to see that indigenous communities were included and highlighted throughout, and there was a focus on technology transfer and the support, funding support for researchers and scientists around the world. And for us, as Community Jameel, we're an institution from the global south. Our founders were from Saudi Arabia, and as we head towards COP28, this is the theme that we're centering in the UN framework, in UN discussions to ensure that at COP28, the importance of South-South collaborations, funding for scientists, researchers, indigenous communities is part of the COP28 agenda in Dubai later this year.
That's fantastic, because that is possible. You can engage in collecting this research, local communities, to help with the research, as well as benefit from it locally. Can I, staying on the UN Treaty for High Seas, I would love to open it up to the rest of you guys just to hear your views. Did we go far enough there? And also, let's ask that very important question. What are your views? Will it be enforced? We see a lot of times, there are a lot of big pledges being made, but not so often the delivery. And we've had some letdowns after, COP 26, and we're waiting to see what will happen after COP 27. But what's your view on this latest treaty? Anybody can jump in.
I can start, I suppose. And I think this definitely, and I'll relate it back to, of course, data. But the global treaty there's a lot of wonderful goals that were stated. I think. One of the things that, building on what George and Philippe have said, this is a global treaty. The oceans are obviously all connected, but there are so many different communities that are dependent on this, and so many different countries involved. But making that data accessible to everyone is going to be the challenge. How do we know that we achieved those goals? And how do we share the fact that we've achieved those goals, and how do we share the data that's coming in? And so I think this is where we get to there's no just one data source that's going to answer all these questions for us. It's going to take all sorts of of information and data coming in and being amalgamated gets back to the kind of the question about standardization, but there's certainly going to be a community of data that comes together to help answer some of these questions and make sure that hold everyone accountable. I think that's where we go.
Okay, fantastic. And can I ask, Joost and Jean-Marc, I mean, again, with regard to this treaty, are you also, following how this was going to be enforced? I mean, are we on the right pathway to achieve these goals? I mean, 2030 is just around the corner. Can your technology, help, monitor, the progress in achieving this goal?
So in terms of our technology, we focus mainly on the coastal areas and not the high seas. So there's a difference there. But the technology itself can, of course, also be used in the deep sea if it's necessary. It really depends on the housing and the lighting that you use, because the optical solutions can also be used deeper down. But I agree that it's all about how it's being implemented, how it's going to be monitored, how it's going to be transferred, the information that's actually making sense, and not that it's going to end up in paper parks.
Like Joost, most of our activity are in shallow waters. So, but we used to work for a big project to monitor the potential impact of mining and the noise it can generate with Ifremer, with the Naval Group. So it was a big project, and it probably contributed to the fact that whatever it was before the decision was made to stop the mining, at least in France. But I think more and more people are aware that it has an impact on the marine life, and it has to be monitored. So there's a lot of technology to help recording, modeling the way the human can impact the marine life. This is a good thing. Is this enough? It's never enough. And anyway, it's the only way. The regulation is the only way. We can't rely on the goodwill of people. So unfortunately, regulation is always a good way to prepare the future.
What are other government levers? So we know, there are MPAs that can be put in place. What else can the government do to help protect marine life? More MPAs?
I'll take a stab. I mean, and even MPAs, I mean, they still require the monitoring and policies that are enforced with MPAs vary depending on the region. I think that's part of what we need to see is more adaptable enforcements depending on the region, depending on the marine life that are local to those areas. I think there certainly are there's very different levers that can be pulled depending on the type of countries or communities that are engaged. Whether they are focused on where we allow certain industries to operate, whether it's fishing or shipping or offshore wind, those are all going to have to be looked at very differently, and the impacts studied on the marine life.
Okay. And I think as well as restricting activities in certain areas and enforcing those restrictions, there's also an important role to be played for incentives and finding ways to engage communities, and whether it's in the high seas, fishing, or in coastal waters, local communities, to ensure that the incentives are structured in such a way that the outcomes are positive for the health of the ocean and the seas. Another research center, the Community Jameel, has supported for many years the Abdulatif Jameel Poverty Action Lab, JPAL, at MIT in the US. They've conducted randomized control trials on the effectiveness of incentives in forestry management in places like Uganda and in Latin America. And so there's a lot of good literature in the policy space of what works when it comes to incentives that I think learnings and lessons can be taken from for the management of the seas and oceans. So I think there's a lot that needs to be done in terms of joining the dots and ensuring that policy making is informed by data and evidence.
Okay, thank you. So, there have been many biodiversity pledges being made, obviously net zero pledges. The UN Principles of Responsible Investing came out with a report, The Inevitable Policy Response. So looking at, you know, our pathway to 2030, this is going to be an open question, but this is our last question before we open it up to the audience for questions. You know, what does the future bring here, right? It sounds like we're not doing enough. I mean, thankfully, there's awareness of the problems. We have technology that needs to be scaled. So what does the future look like? Because there's going to be, we're coming close to a tipping point. So, you know, I would love to hear, you know, just to wrap up the session, your views on you know, what will 2030 look like? Will we achieve our goals? Are you optimistic that we're going to reverse the destruction?
Okay, so optimistic, we have to be. Honestly, when I was a kid, I used to swim. I'm from the area. I used to swim, and we didn't know that the water was really polluted. It's getting better and better, so we can do it. We have to say it. It's better and better. And the more we monitor, the more we know where it is polluted. So things can get better. So we have to be optimistic. The problem is that there is also a crisis coming, and when money is at stake, unfortunately, the environment is probably not the most important to other people. And this way, we could be pessimistic, but we have to be optimistic for the kids. we have.
Philippe.
Yeah, well, I guess I'm optimistic because what I see is that people are collaborating in the data field, especially. We see those barriers kind of falling right now. People are willing to share, willing to collaborate because they feel that this is an urgent matter. So I guess, at least in the scientific community, I am optimistic for the future that we'll probably get a very nice solution to these problems. Science is one part of the equation. The other one would be funding at some point. Yeah.
Absolutely, Courtney.
Well, I think it's just inspiring to have seen all of the technology that's been presented today. I think there's a tremendous amount of effort being put forth in so many different areas of the ocean that that's certainly optimistic and from my point of view. And yeah, then it comes down, as you said, to funding. And so I think we have a lot of momentum in that direction, and so we just need to keep going forward.
Great, yes.
Yeah, just to add to that, I think the power of monitoring and visualization is also that you can show success. If you have a marine protected area that you actually successfully protect and say, hey, we can actually get this done, we can also use that blueprint for other places. So I think there's also a lot of value there. And we have to be optimistic because we don't have a choice.
I'm with you. George?
I would say hope for the best, prepare for the worst. There is good momentum, as Courtney said, but we've got to keep it up. You know, the High Seas Treaty now has to be ratified. So we have to maintain political pressure and momentum through the UN system and other channels. We have to ensure that the great technologies that my esteemed fellow panelists are discussing is deployed more widely. We invest, as I was saying,
and get the funding there.
Get the funding there, exactly.
Yeah.
In science and scientists and researchers around the world. And finally, we do have to prepare for the fact that some climate change variations may be non-reversible. And therefore, there's an important role for adaptation to what the future looks like, particularly for those communities most at risk.
That's a very, very important point to make. We have to be focused on adaptation as well. So thank you so much. So now we're going to open it up for the audience. So please raise your hand if you have any questions for our expert panel.
Hi, thanks. It's Richard Seeley. I run Open Waters Club out of Geneva, which is effectively a platform to bring funds to the most promising ocean innovations. But my question to the panel, and I'll just throw it out to the panel if that's okay, What I didn't hear this afternoon, and I thought I would hear more of, was the use of predictive analytics, things like digital twins, and those tools, and whether you see those tools as playing a role in this cause.
Well, I can go first. You know, AI promised a lot, delivered not that much so far, but this is changing. We are in a point where the models are very mature and resilient and so forth, but the data is lacking, high quality data to train these models. And I guess we are at this tipping point where we are going from a model-based AI to a data-centric AI, and I guess that, you know, with companies as a Semantic or companies by Yoast, they generate a lot of high-quality data that can train models, and then you can go to the predictive power of AI.
I can add something. Regarding digital twins, it's very useful and used when it comes to monitoring infrastructures, underwater infrastructures, and the technology is ready for that. It's more problematic when you want to have a digital twin of wide areas, big areas like the ocean, because, as mentioned, collecting data at sea is really expensive, and it's really big. So it's hard to expect something that enables us to do some prediction from digital twin on a larger scale. But for infrastructure, it's used a lot.
Okay. Are there any more audience questions? Because we do have some questions online. Perhaps we can move to the online questions. The question was, there you go. The question was, could you be more specific on your business models? How do you transform data collection into a profitable business?
I can start. We are a 30-year-old company, so we are profitable, and our business model is quite simple. We're doing services, and we are data processor mainly. So our expertise is processing data and taking the most of the signal.
Yeah, well, I'm from academia, so I don't really have a business model. So.
We're fortunate in that we can actually sell our hardware, but then we have a recurring data subscription fee, and then third-party data customers also have a fee.
Yeah, so we have actually, as a startup, gone through various cycles of what makes the most sense commercially for us. So initially thinking of selling the hardware, which was not a good idea, and then thinking of subscription models, but in the end, what we do is we sell data. So we do sell data to customers from geospatial industry, for example, that want to help improve their own data sets. That's the direction we follow right now.
Well, similar to Philippe, we fund scientific research, so this is not really one for us.
Can we take the next question? Sure. We have another one. Aren't you scared? Aren't you worried your technology can be used for wrong purposes, deep sea mining, for example? And if so, how do you prevent this risk?
Oh, I'd like to take that one. So we have that written on our website, that the technology cannot be used to exploit or damage the oceans in any way, because we realized from when we started the company that the technology can also be easily used for oil and gas extraction. We also had various calls coming in, especially in the beginning, from, hey, great technology, let's use it for oil extraction and finding new places. But we just make a very clear cut. And so that's also why it's important when you have potential customers and you really look into, okay, what are they really after? That you do your own DD on them so that it also fits your ethical code. Because we as a company, we have a very strong ethical code that we're there to make the oceans healthier. We're not there to exploit them.
Yeah.
I'll just pick up and say I very much like Philippe's FAIR acronym. And I think the one that we tend to think about is as open as possible, as closed as necessary, as a way of data management to ensure that whatever and whoever needs to be protected can be protected.
Okay, we've got one more that came in from online. We see a lot of new technologies to better collect ocean data, eDNA, imagery systems, acoustics. What's the difference, and can these technologies be complementary?
Oh yes, they definitely are complementary. For instance, use technology to use electromagnetic optical signals. It has a very low range, but it gives very high detailed and a very high resolution imagery. Acoustics can be used at a wider range from the surface, so covering a big area. So this is definitely compatible. And we have also satellite imaging, which is more and more used. So we have to use every set of data. But once again, we have to ensure that we are not comparing apples and pears. This is critical. So, and the more data we have, the more the better is not always true in the world of artificial intelligence. Sometimes it's better to put the data in the garbage because we don't have any track of the parameter. So it's better not to use it. But it's hard to understand that when you collect data.
Yeah, I'd like to add to that. So for data collection, especially the type of data that we do is very high detailed, you have to be really targeted because anything that you do underwater is expensive. So you want to make sure that you just get data that's really necessary to then extrapolate it to other useful data sets like satellite and aerial imagery. But there's another component that's not just data collection, it's also what happens then afterwards, because there's often a whole process of processing the data and presenting it to the customer, and often but we also experience customers don't really know what kind of answers they want to have, questions they want to have answered. So there's a whole process. You need to be very targeted, and I also experienced it myself working on environmental impact analyses, where you do the data collection, you then wait for a couple of months to actually start looking at the data, then you process it. And then a year later, you have your results that you then bring to your customer, whoever it is. But the sea and the sea4 is not just sitting still, so to say. They have seasons, things change, things happen. So time to data, ultimately, and that's one of the main things that we want to add with our technology, is critical so that you can also make informed decisions in a very quick pace and not just have to wait months for your results to take action.
It's exactly like the medical industry. Sometimes you need echography, sometimes you need RMI, sometimes you need to see the doctor and to talk with him. It's exactly the same thing.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. So, thank you.
Do we have time for one more question? Does anyone else in the house have a question? If not, we've got one more from online. If you sell data, how can you make it accessible to all?
Well, like I said, you can sell data, but you can publish metadata, so information on your data products. And like I said, it's a huge step forward. Just at least that people know that this data product is out there, and then the second step would be to contact data owners, but at least just publish the fact that you have this data set, document the data product as much as possible so that others can make sense out of it.
Okay, well, thank you so much. That was really, truly insightful. Thank you for your time, the audience, and I think we're going to wrap up. So thank you. Desiree, thank you so much for that. Thanks again to our panel. Please, I'll let you take your seats. All right, we are almost at the end of this Ocean Innovators platform. It's been 2 days of incredible and inspiring discussions and exchanges, all in the hopes of furthering ocean innovation. To close this year's edition of the Ocean Innovators platform, we're going to be hearing from Prince Albert II of Monaco in just a few minutes' time. If you could just stay seated and stay where you are for a few minutes, and when the Prince comes in, if you could all please stand to welcome him, that would be wonderful. Just please be patient. He'll be here in just a minute.
enriching ones. So, well done. The challenges currently faced by the ocean are intensifying, and we need to intensify our response. And with due respect to those who are not so active on ocean matters, I do not believe that we have the choice when so many of our contemporaries aspire to eat better, take better care of themselves, live better, and in order to do so, are relying on marine resources. The only solution is to create new models and to do so at a very rapid rate with all the resources and intelligence that we have available. Because these resources and this intelligence are here, as your discussions over the last few hours have shown. Whether it is artificial intelligence, urban planning, transportation, or tourism, to mention just a few of the various topics that have been covered, solutions do exist, as does the will. However, the scale on which we need to take action means that we must give these solutions and this will a new dimension. Above all, it means that we must work together in a coordinated manner with companies, of course, with scientists, with financial players, and with all those who want to make a difference. Without this coordination, we will not succeed in giving the various initiatives mentioned here the full scope that they deserve. It is a question of ecological efficiency to identify what is most necessary according to the issues and ecosystems concerned, to articulate solutions in time and space, and to measure as accurately as possible what progress has been made and what remains to be done. It is also a question of economic opportunity to encourage joint actions, to unite stakeholders of converging projects, of course, to share progress and to allocate available resources as effectively as possible. The goal of the Ocean Innovators platform to contribute is to contribute to this movement, of course. We are not suggesting that we replace you and your tremendous capacity for action and initiative. We simply want to help you and support you to prompt meetings and discussions beyond this event, and thus to create an effective and original community to promote the ocean. It is my understanding that, as I said in my opening remarks, that the discussions have largely contributed to this goal, and I thank you for that. So I look forward to our next meeting and our next sessions, and I hope the next ones will be as successful and as enriching as this one has. Thank you very much.
Monsignor, thank you so much for those closing remarks. Thank you again for your continuing commitment to sustainability, a word that's now become synonymous with Monaco. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of this Ocean Innovators platform. Thank you so much for your energy, for your attention over the past 2 days. Thank you again to the sponsors of this year's Ocean Innovators platform, Coty and Barclays Private Bank Monaco. A big thank you as well to all the co-conveners who helped line up the panelists for the sessions, including 1000 Ocean Startups, Ocean Hub Africa, Sustainable Ocean Alliance, Blue Action Lab, Uplink, and the Solar Impulse Foundation. Thank you to the organizers, of course, the Prince Albert II of Monaco Foundation, led by Olivier Wenden and his incredible team. Let's give them a round of applause. But it's not over yet. You can continue all of your incredible and engaging discussions right now at a private cocktail for all of us in the Ocean Innovators Platform Ballroom, just at the back. Enjoy, everyone. Have a great night. Merci.